Hi, let me turn this down. God damn. Hi everyone. We're teaching LIVE2D today. I'm going to try my best. Ow, 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 ow. Hi, Ashley. Oh my gosh, Ashley. Is that our sub baby? I'm giving birth on my desk right now. Thank you so much, Ashley. That's so crazy. Hi. I'm blinking. But anyway, hi. Since this bot is going to be saved, I'm gonna put it on YouTube. I'm just gonna start with a very simple self-introduction. My name is Kaja. I've been rigging for a year and a half now, about, and I actually counted it this morning. Guess how many models I've made, including ones that I did not draw and just rigged. The number is big, by the way. Oh, Shy was pretty close. The number is 26. I've rigged 26 models, and I'm currently working on 3 more. I'm only rigging 1 right now, but I'm working on 3. And today we're actually gonna make 27. That's a lot. Yes, I'm insane. I've made a lot of models. So I think I have some, at this point, I think I have some credentials of showing how LIVE2D works, because I've actually done it myself, and I've gotten to a point where I've gotten people, to actually commission me for it. So I feel like that's a good enough indicator of my skills. A couple things that I want to go over for today. I want to go over the basics of LIVE2D rigging. I'm going to rig a whole model from start to finish on this stream, and it might spill over to tomorrow. But my goal is to rig the whole model on stream, and I want to go over the basics rigging, the basics of physics, and the basics of toggles. My intention for this stream is, by the end of it, you are most likely not going to be like a master rigger. I mean, it's something that does take practice inherently, but my goal is for you to understand LIVE2D enough that you can watch other people rig, and you can watch other tutorials and be able to derive information from it. Because I feel like when you were just starting and you don't know anything, you can be watching a tutorial or watching someone rig, and it's just like, oh wow, pretty buttons, fun sliders. I don't understand any of it. And I used to watch people rig on stream, and I didn't understand what they were doing and be able to actually derive knowledge from it until I started rigging myself. So that's kind of my intention for this tutorial, is that by the end of it, you should be able to get your hands on LIVE2D, understand the basics, and be able to watch other people and be able to actually understand what they're doing so that you can learn from it. I feel like there was another thing I was going to say. I'm blanking. Oh yes, another thing that I was going to say. You can follow this tutorial in the free version of LIVE2D. You will most likely be limited in what kind of model you can make. My first model I made in Actually, let me show you. My first model I actually made in the free version of LIVE2D. Let me actually show you her. So this is my first model. As you can see, it's not the best. Oh, actually, let me move over here so you can actually see it. As you can see, it's not the best, but it's what I started out with. And everyone has to start out somewhere, you know what I mean? So, and it's not terrible. Ow. So this is my first chibi, and today I'm actually going to be making my second ever chibi of my design. So I think it'll be a fun comparison between my first chibi and my second chibi. So like, sorry, I keep blanking because I'm nervous, but it's like that. But oh, sorry, headpad does not work on this model. I apologize. But I made this model in the free version. It's very limited. It really does not have that much physics because of the way that the free version of LIVE2D works and the way that it limits your number of parameters. And we'll get into what parameters are in the actual tutorial. Because it limits the number of parameters, there's very little you can do in terms of physics. So like my deck, it bounces a little bit, and my head bounces a little bit, and my tail swings, but that's about it. And so this is my first model. Okay, and this is my current model, and I'm actually currently working on a 3.0, so we'll see how I get even better. I'm actually going to attempt V-Bridger mouth rigging for the first time on my 3.0. I'm really excited, but I digress. But that's my basic introduction. What am I intending? Oh yeah, another thing is for my, there is a point redeem called Teacher I Have a Question. And that is if you have any question of anything that I'm working on. Just because sometimes I might miss things in chat, I will, if you put it in the port redeem, I should be able to find it later. If you ask something in chat, I'll probably see it and catch it, but just in case, you can put it in the point redeem, and then I'll actually have like a queue that I can go through. Feel free to get as specific as you want in the questions. Like, you don't have to say like general, like if someone was trying to do this, how would they go about it? Like, you can just say like, I'm having this issue where my model is doing this, and I'll do my best to answer it. You don't have to ask it as like a general question. You can ask it for yours, what you are specifically working on. So if you have model art that you're working on, feel free to work on it with me. If not, this VOD will be saved and will be available for you to as a resource when you actually do get started working with LIVE2D. Couple things that, okay, one more thing I want to say, and then we're actually going to get started, but one more thing I want to say is that LIVE2D at its core is an animation program. And I feel like when people learn that, it either demystifies it or it stresses them out more, and there's like no in between. But in reality, that's what it is. It's an animation program that is able to export the animation in a file format that like a VTuber program is able to read. That's essentially what it is. You can make actual animations in LIVE2D. In fact, my transition that you're going to see when I go to a new scene is actually I actually animated it in LIVE2D, and I actually added the sound effects and everything. You can actually add sound in LIVE2D, like, because at its core, it really is an animation program. But the first thing that I want to go over is the PSD. I have a PSD for you, and I want to go through the layers to see how I split it. I didn't want to start drawing because the drawing is going to take a few days. but I have the final art, and I'm going to go over it layer by layer to see how I split it. And hopefully that will be useful information for you when you get to making your own model art. So let's head on over. And let me move over here, because I don't have those cool things where I'm in like the proper place when I move to another or move to another scene. But anyway, let me get the screen up. There we go. Yeah, that's my desktop. I love Bastion. And I already have the model art open, so boom. Nope, that was the wrong program. Boom, there we go. That's the model art. So we're making a chibi today of my current model. And yeah, I'm wearing a onesie of my mascot Coil. I thought it would be really cute. And I picked a chibi because I thought I would be able to rig it in one day. Because I can't rig a full body model in a day. But a chibi I can probably rig in a day or two if I'm like focused the entire day. Thank you. Hello, happy to learn today. Design is fun. Thank you so much. I'm wearing Questland. No, it's fabric. It's fabric. It's fabric. And it's okay. I can just make a new one even if it wasn't. So a couple things that I want to go over is, let's start with the head. I think the head would be the simplest. So, sorry. I think I want to start with the base head. So I'm going to take the glasses off. Okay. Then we're going to start with the base head. So the base head is down here. So this is the base of the head, and it's composed of a bunch of different components. I added shading to the head just because I wanted to show off how to do shading on the head. As you can see, the rest of the model is unshaded, but I just want to show it off, so I included shading just for the head. So at the base, we have the head color, and the head color is just the solid color of the model. And all the shading is a multiply layer that is clipped to the head color. And if you're not adding shading to your model, you can just disregard that. Pretty much everything else is separated. So the blush is separated to left and right. The scales are separated to left and right. And the cheeks, I have little shines on my cheek that are shaped like stars, and those are also separated to left and right. The general rule is if the part doesn't touch in the middle, it should be separated into a left and right version of each other. I know I've seen a lot of people who put the blush on the head. Like, they put the blush on the head color, and it can work, but it can sometimes limit how much dimension you can get in the head. Because if you try going for some extreme angles in the head, then your head starts to look kind of 2D, because you can't actually move the blush across the face. So I would generally recommend keeping it separate. And then everything on the head, except for the shine, is underneath the shading, so that when I turn the head, those layers are also affected by the shading. And then I have the line of the head. So I personally keep the lines of the head separate. That is usually the only part that I have separate, because when I rig a model and I have my model look up, as you can see, I make so that the line disappears. And also you can see the side, the line by my chin disappears. And the only reason I can do that is because the lines and the colors are separate. And I have a invisible file down here called chin mask. This might be a little confusing at first, but basically, where is, sorry if you heard that. Oh, here's a pass. So this is what it looks like. The color doesn't matter. It's the shape that I'm looking for. So basically, I'm going to clip the lines to this layer so that when the model looks up, the lines will not show where this overlays. Which could be a little confusing at first. Don't worry if you don't understand it right now. Once I put it into Live2D, it'll make more sense, because Live2D's mask means something slightly different than masking in like an art program. Like you can use it as a mask, or not a mask, clipping. Yes, clipping, that's what I'm looking for. Mask is something different. Clipping means something slightly different in Live2D than an art program. You can use clipping in Live2D as regular clipping, but it's also more flexible, so you can use it for other things. So that's the base of the head. Now I want to go over the eye, I think, next, and then I'll do the mouth, because the mouth is kind of complex. So let's start with the top. I have the top of the eyelid here. I then have this eyelid here, which I'm basically going to move them together, but I had to make them separate because some parts are over other parts, because the eyelid is underneath this top eyeline here, so I had to keep it separate. And then the eyelid has this eye shine that is clipped to it. Some of these things you may not need to have it separate, but I would definitely go on the caution of separating it more than later, because if things are over separated, you can kind of work around it in Live2D. But if the things are under separated, there's no really way to make it look like that it is separated, if that makes sense. Then I have the top eyeline, and then I have the eyelash. I actually have the eyelash separate on this model. You don't always need the top eyelash to be separate. You definitely need the eyelashes on the bottom to be separate, because this line is going to, when the model blinks, it's gonna squish up, and that's going to be very difficult to do if the eyelashes are attached. So I have the eyelashes here. I didn't separate them. You probably technically should, but I'll show you there's a way to get around having to separate each eyelash individually, even though technically you really should. The eye side, this is separate. You may think that I feel like a rookie mistake might be making all the top parts of the eye one part, but this is essentially going to become the top of the eye when the eye closes, kind of like that. And having this part attached to that part would impede with that. So I have this separate, and this part is also separate. And those are just gonna squish up into this part when the eye closes. If you find out later you have to separate a part later, can you do that and re-import into Live2D, or do you have to make sure it's also from the same? You can re-import into Live2D. That is a very good question. You can re-import to Live2D in the same file, and then the files, the layers that have, actually, let me not say something that I don't know for sure is true. but you would re-import just the parts that you need. You re-import just the parts that you need and then put those in, if that makes sense. But yes, you can re-import your PSD to Live2D later into the same file. You don't have to make sure that, like, if you find out that something needs to be separated, you don't have to like start over from scratch on a new file. And then I have the eyeline here. This, again, this also technically could have maybe been all together in one point here, but I tend to go on the caution of over separating than under separating. This part is separated, and then I have the color. Because this is a pretty simple model, I have this all as one piece. For my model, for specifically, I'll show you, actually, over here. If you look up in my eyes, when I blink, if you look specifically at my purple eye, when I blink, you see for a second my pupil dilates a bit. And when I wide open my eyes, it kind of narrows. For this model, I had to have the pupil and the iris separated, but that's not necessarily the case. Because for this model, since I was not planning to do anything super complex, I decided to just have this eye as all one piece. And the same on this. But I do have the eye shine separate. And what else? And then we have the eye white. And again, for everything on the eye, it has to be separated left and right. And that's this one is actually really important because you need to make sure that the model is able to blink separately. You wouldn't be able to do that if they're all in one piece. I mean, having them all in one piece would run into a lot of issues. You know? So you have the eye whites underneath, and so everything that goes in the eye should be clipped to the eye white, so they can't extend beyond the eye. And then I already went the eye bag, so that's I already went over that. And everything on this side is the same. So usually I draw them together. Of course, for my designs, since my eyes are asymmetrical, I do have to draw some parts differently. Like I drew this part differently and then I recolored this part. But I draw them on the same layer with the symmetry tool, and then I just select the entire left side of the canvas, then cut and then paste and then rename them to left and right. Oh, something that I actually want to point out. I thought I resized this. Oh well. Let me resize this a bit so you can see my layers on the side. Which I thought I already did, but I guess I didn't. No, what are you doing? Okay. Okay, and say this. There we go. I had a lot. Let me keep this, but everything else should be visible. Okay. Okay, so let me really quick. So I added some new features for this model, or for this stream. I can now zoom. So over here, can you see how I named the files? They don't have any spaces between them, and the most important thing is that they're descriptive. When you are working with a Live2D model, you do not want to leave your layers named layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, because you are going to get confused so fast, because Live2D models have so many layers in them. So you really want your names to be descriptive. And I personally don't put any spaces in mine because Live2D doesn't know how to read spaces, and they will give your layers like generic names in the file when you export it. Like it'll still have your name when you look at it, so you can still tell which is what, but Live2D also has like an identifier for the layer, and it'll give those generic identifiers if it can't read the layer name, and it can't read spaces or special characters. So instead of adding spaces, I just do camel case, which is each word is separated by a capital letter. So that's one thing I want to show off. That's not as important as just giving your layers descriptive names in general, but it's just kind of like a fun tip, something that'll help you out. Let me actually, can I? Okay. Now let's go over the mouth. So this is, you're gonna be scared for a sec. I'm gonna scare you for a sec, so just be warned. So, oh, actually, since this design is chibi, it doesn't have, the mouth isn't that detailed, so it actually isn't that scary. So, the mouth is composed of the top lip line, the bottom lip line, which for me personally, I just copy the top lip line and then I just erase the side so it's a little bit smaller. So if you get closer, you can see it's the same line, it's just this one's a little bit shorter. I know some people will draw their models with open mouths and then break it to be closed. Both methods work. I've done both. Like, I have no strong preference for one or the other. Both of them work. Like having your model's default mouth be open or closed and then rigging it to be open, or then having the models, like, I've tried both. They work perfectly fine. Because my model has teeth on the outside, I have these teeth are separated. And once again, they're separated into left and right. And then I have the other teeth are behind the bottom lip line. The only reason these ones are is because they stick out of my mouth. But in general, the teeth should be underneath the bottom lip line. Now I have the top tooth middle and bottom tooth middle. For more detailed models, you can separate the teeth more. Since this is a chibi model, I just have a bottom teeth and a top teeth. Actually, let me show you for this one, I actually have the PSD over here for this model. I can show you real quick what I separate the model. Actually, this might have my old mouth. Let me check, because I did actually redo my mouth. Yeah, this is my old mouth. Never mind. Is it? No. Don't I have new teeth? Here it is. Okay, so this is what my teeth on my current model look like. I have these fangs separated. I have a top tooth. Okay, so this one is just top tooth and bottom teeth. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want to rig my teeth, but this is how I have the teeth on this model currently. I just have my main teeth separated. And then I just have the top teeth and bottom teeth. I've definitely seen models that have more detailed separated teeth, but I've also seen models that just have the teeth just be like a white line. So it depends on what your style is of drawing teeth. Like, you should follow the style that you usually draw teeth. Like, I draw teeth with a little bit of detail and separation, so I wanted that to carry in my models. But some people do draw just teeth that's just a white line, and that should, there's no reason for that to change when you draw a model. And then I have bottom teeth, and then I have the tongue underneath here. The tongue does have an outline, it just happens to be the same color as the mouth back, so you can't see it. And then everything inside the mouth, i.e. all the teeth and the tongue, are clipped to the mouth back. I have seen a lot of people draw their mouths with a lip cover layer, like you know, like this, to cover the skin back. Once again, I've done both methods. They work fine. They work fine either way, where they have it like this, where they have like 2 layers, one for the top and one for the bottom for like the skin. I've done both. They work fine. Mouth rigging is annoying either way, so you're gonna run into issues whichever way you do it. So that's how I have the mouth rigged for this model. Then I have the eyebrows, which is just separated in left. Oops, which is just separated in left and right. Nothing more than that. Now hair front. Hair front can be a little confusing, or hair in general. I'm still learning how to separate hair, truthfully told, but this is how I have it separated for this model. This model is very simple, so it doesn't need as much separation. But I have my stupid little hoagie. Then I have like the front of the hair, like the hairline. And then I have the sides. And truthfully, I'm just gonna have to get into rigging and see how this works, because I might have to redo those parts. And then I have the parts of my hair on the side, left and right. Again, since this model is, since it's a chibi, the hair is done pretty simple. I've definitely done way more complex hair than this. And then once again, the horns are simple, just left and right. I actually have it drawn for it to look like it's peeking out of the hair. You could also make like a little hair front layer where it's like peeking out over the horns. For this model, since it's unshaded, I saw no need to do that. And then the glasses. Sorry, there we go. The visibility toggle is hiding behind my iPhone, so I can't see it. So for the glasses, you can't, once again, it's one of those things, you can draw the glasses as one part and it'll work okay, but I typically like to separate my glasses between left frame, right frame, and then, you know, right lens, left lens. I do have a shine layer. Let me actually unclip this so you can see what it looks like. So this is what my shine layer looks like. It looks like a mess. But it's going to clip to the lenses so that it only shows up on the lenses. And in Live2D, unlike in other drawing programs, you can make a layer clip to multiple layers. So right now, when I put it on clipping mode, it's only clipped to this lens because that's the one directly underneath it. But in Live2D, I can get it to clip to this lens as well. And then I have the nose bridge, which is just a little dinky piece in between. So that's the glasses. And then I have the ears, because I have funny little animal ears. The ears are separated top, bottom, top, bottom, and these are underneath the head. Let's see, I think we're ready to move to body now. I'll go over the back of the hair later because I'm roughly going in order of the layers, and these parts in the back are, these parts of the hair are actually in the back, so I will cover those later. Now we have the neck piece, and as you see, I haven't separated the line art for any other piece except the head. So you don't typically need to separate the line art. I think there is another part of this model that I have the line art separated, and I will show you, but it's part of the hair, so I'll get to that in a bit. So this is what the neck looks like. Well, let me take a sip. So this is what the neck looks like. I have done models where the neck is more shaped like this, where it like kind of blends in with the torso. It worked okay. So I'm experimenting with having the neck be more like a peg sticking out of the torso, and the torso being the one having the blend into the neck area. And then I have a shading layer, which is clipped to the neck. And this is going to move, like when my model looks up, the shading is going to go up, and when it looks down, the shading is going to go down. Here I have the chest piece. Since this model is more simple, this chest piece is just this part peeking out of the hood. For my current model, for example, I have a whole base body underneath this model, so I have like a whole torso under the clothes. So for a model like that, this piece would be extended all the way down to the waist. But for this one, I just have it peeking out of the hood. Speaking of, here's the front of the hood, which is this part. And then I have the teeth separated left and right. Let me see what else. I think let's move to the torso, which is... The torso I separated into two pieces. I'm gonna have to see when I get to rigging. I might not have had to separate this to two pieces since it's a chibi. I will say though, in general, for a full body model, you are going to want to separate the torso and the hip area at the waist, because otherwise you're really going to struggle when you start rigging lean like this. If the whole torso is one whole piece, you're not going to be able to lean as well. But since this is a chibi model and I have like a bean shaped body, I might not have needed to do this. I kind of did it just because I wanted to show that's how I would separate a model. But for this instance, I might not have needed to do that. And then I have the belly. I'm still considering I might have wanted to separate this between torso and hips too. But if I did change my mind and decide I want to do that, I have a trick that I can show you in LIVE2D to avoid having to redraw that part. Now let's go to the arm. The arms of this model is very simple. Am I right in assuming that if the bottom is like simple shapes, like when you do an undersketch for posing, that's a rough outline for top parts you separate? Yes. So I would say imagine a model kind of like a paper doll, and the places that you would put the pins in the paper doll of where you wanted to move, that's probably where you're gonna want to separate it out. So for this model, since the movement I'm planning is pretty simple, I just have the arm as one part. But for my full body model, for example, I have an upper arm part and a lower arm part. Okay, now the Toon Boom knowledge look good. Yeah, because that's basically what Live2D is. It's basically like it's like Flash animation essentially. Like it's a little bit more. It has some tools to give you some more dimension to Flash animation, but it's that kind of like you set up the you set up the keyframes, and then it interpolates between those keyframes at those points. Like that is essentially what Live2D does as well. So then, and then the legs, I believe I just have it separated in left and right as 2. It's like my old graphic design class when we did Flash. Yep. It's definitely more powerful than Flash, but the basic principles are very much the same. It's what I'm looking for. It's like doll-based animation. That is essentially what it is. And then for this model, I do have the tail as just one part. Tails, I'm still kind of figuring out. I did my tail on this model so well, and I genuinely have not been able to recreate it since. Like for my mask model and my my full dragon model, I just copied this tail onto those models because I still have not been able to get it a tail that moves this well. Like I love the way that it like hops just ever so slightly, which like makes it look like so weighty. I love the way that this tail came out, and I'm still trying to figure out how to recreate it. But this tail is all... Actually, that's not a lie. This tail is not all one part. It has the base tail, the spikes are separate, the bandages are separate, and my big thing at the end are separate. But for this chibi model, the tail is all one part. As soon as you finish, is how did I do this? Yeah. Oops, my bad. Hi, Panda. Sorry, I have like so many things open at once. I'm like getting lost of where everything is. Okay. So that's the tail. Hi, Fizzy. And okay, and then this is the back of the hood. This is what it looks like. So you have the inside of the hood and the outside. It's just one part. And then the hood has ears that you can't see as is, but when I do the body angles and when I do the physics, you'll be able to see it. That's another thing that you have to consider when you're making the Live2D model. You have to consider things that may not be showing when the model is just facing straight forward. So the hood has ears on it, which you can't see by default, but you're going to be able to see when the body turns. So I had to draw those. Gonna lurk half a street. Thank you, Panda. Now let's go over the hair back. This, admittedly, I did this probably more complicated than I had to, but I'm insane like that. But first, I just have the bun. This is just one piece, and it has the stripe in it. Now I have the hair back. So the hair back is another piece that I have the lines and the colors separated. This is what it looks like. Here's just the color and that's the lines. The reason why I separated it is because I wanted the stripe of the hair to be separate, but I also wanted the liner to stay colored. So what I essentially did is I have the stripe clipped to the base hair, and then I have a colored line. I just have like a little thing that clips to the line, and that colors the line art. which is probably more complex than I need to do it, but I'm insane like that. Cloaca Gaming. Yeah, we're Cloaca teaching right now. Hi, Brent. Welcome on in. I think I have some toggles because I also wanted to cover toggles. So I do have some toggles that I want to show off real quick. These toggles are slightly more complex than your average toggle, but if you understand how to do this toggle, then you'll be able to understand how to do like this toggle, because these ones are really simple since they're just like adding floating things to your head. So if you, but I barely use them, so I wanted some toggles that I would actually use. So I have some alternative poses. And one of them is, I have a sitting toggle, so I can hide my arms like this, legs like this. So then my model is going to be able to sit like this. Once again, these are, oh, these ones I did separate more. These legs are just sitting legs, like over the torso. And then I have the arm. This again may have separated more than I need to, but I prefer to over separate than under separate. So I have the arm, the cuff, and the hand, because I thought possibly for the angles, being able to move them separate like this kind of will help give more dimension. If you're using Clip Studio Paint, the liquify tool is very, very useful to test to see if things will work how you want it, because the liquify tool works really similar to how deformers work in LIVE2D. I think, okay, so there's that one, and then other toggle all the way at the top, I have a hood toggle. So this part is going to disappear, and where hood up back, yeah, this one is going to show up, and the hood front is going to disappear. So then I have a hood up toggle. So this is at the front of the hood. I have the ears, left and right, the teeth, left and right, teeth bottom, left and right, and this, the snoot of the hood is separated because I think that'll help me give more dimension. And yeah, and then just the basic hood. So that toggles, this is a toggle I consider a complex toggle. And once again, I have a mask, which is basically gonna hide the ears on the outside of the mask. But if you don't understand that just yet, don't worry about it, because it'll make more sense in when you're actually using it. So I think that's the basics of how to split a model. If you have any questions about this model or about your model or like something specifically, feel free to post it in the channel routine, the Teacher I Have a Question channel routine. But if I don't have any questions, I think I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna save this because I may potentially move some stuff around. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and actually get into LIVE2D. So this is LIVE2D. I have dark mode on. And getting your model into LIVE2D is actually super simple. Let me go to my PSD folders real quick. So I have my PSD here. See, let me show you. I have my PSD here. This is the PSD I was just showing you. And I'm literally just going to drag and drop. And it's going to import it. So it's only PSD that can be imported. Yes, correct. LIVE2D only accepts PSDs, but most layer-based programs like Psy, Clip Studio Paint, they can all export a file as a PSD. I have heard that Procreate, because it's a tablet-based program, like the way they export PSDs is weird, but I don't have Procreate, so I cannot confirm nor deny that. And so I'm going to click full scale. I generally always go full scale. They always say that you can export it at a smaller file. But I like seeing how the file will actually look at full resolution, so I will go full scale. And it's gonna sit for a bit, and it's gonna look like a giant mess. But that's just because all of the clipping that I did in the original PSD, I have to recreate it. So it's just everything that was clipped, I have to get rid of. There is a, I don't know why, but even when I delete the paper layer of the original PSD, there's always a paper layer in Clip Studio, so you don't need that because that's just a solid image and that's going to make your model not transparent. So I'm going to just click the delete button and delete it. I know it looked like nothing happened, but that's just because I have my screen, I have my default canvas in LIVE2D to be basically the same shade of gray. And first things first, let me show off. Let me zoom in a bit. So on your left here, over here, it's so small. I thought I zoomed in enough, but this is still kind of small. This is essentially, these are your objects. So these are all your layers. And as you can see, they are all named as they were named in your PSD file. And if you go over here, you should be able to see the name, sitting hand L, and the ID is sitting hand L. And they should all be here. They should all be in the same layer order that you defined, but they're all going to be unorganized. If you look up here, however, you will actually be able to see your folders. At first glance, these two menus look like they're kind of showing you the same thing, but as you get to use them, you'll realize that they're showing different information. Because this information, because this down here, it basically shows the deformer hierarchy, and I'll get into deformers in a bit, but they'll show the deformer hierarchy, while this part is really just your parts as they were organized in your PSD. So the first things I'm going to do is re-add my clipping because this looks like a hot mess right now. So first thing I'm going to do is the glasses, because the glasses are taking up so much of the screen. I'm going to, and if you can't see, feel free to ask me to zoom in at any point. I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit. So over here on the left, I have the glasses shine selected, and I have the glasses lens R and the glasses lens L underneath it. I am going to copy the ID of the glasses lens L and the glasses lens R and paste it into clipping ID. And that is going to make the shine layer flip to those layers. And then since they're so similar, I'm just gonna paste it again and then replace it with R. And press enter, and you can see the clipping up. You can see the shine on both layers. And I'm going to decrease the opacity because it's really, really bright. Now I'm going to flip the head shading to the head color. Another way, this is a new method that has been added in a recent version of LIVE2D. You can also click this little box by the clipping ID, and you can actually see all of your layers. And you should be able to check which layers you want it to select. So I have the head shading selected, so I'm going to flip this to my head color. And I'm going to do the same with all my blush, my scales, and my cheek shine. So I'm actually going to click Shift and click from the blush L all the way to cheek shine R, and click, and it's going to select all of them. And I'll go to clipping ID, clip the head color, and now they should all be clipped to the head color. Now they won't show outside of the head color. I'm going to hide the teeth for right now. So I'm gonna do the mouth may potentially be a day 2 thing because the mouth takes a while. I'm gonna hide the glasses for right now because I want to fix the eyes. I have to flip a bunch of things there. So I'm going to flip the eyelid to the eyelid shine. And I'm going to clip the iris and the eye shine to eye white. So now these won't show outside of the eye. So this part, the clipping behaves very similarly to how it does an art program. The two things that are different is that you can clip to multiple layers, and the thing that you are clipping does not have to be immediately underneath your layer, because how it works in Psy and Clip Studio Paint, when you put a layer on clipping, it clips to the layer immediately underneath it. But in LIVE2D, you can clip to any layer in any order. And then I'm going to do the same on the other side. Because I didn't rename IL and IR layers, they're both, the eye white on the left side and the eye white on the right side are both called eye white. So LIVE2D automatically gave this layer the ID eye white 2. I would like I don't know. I wish I could show. I'm trying to show the UI as much as possible because I feel like the UI is the part that people get the most confused about. But it's like also hard to show it at full resolution. And I'm going to put eye white 2 in the clip. And this is the clip, the ID here is why I don't put spaces in the names of my layers. So I can actually show you, because I haven't deleted my sketch layers yet. If I go to my sketch layers, which I didn't bother renaming because I knew I was going to delete them, they're just called layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. When I go to them, the ID is not called layer 1, it's called art mesh 3. And that is because, it's called art mesh 3. That is because layer 1 had a space in it, so Live2D was not able to parse this name, and it just gave it a generic ID number. But if you name it, Live2D will give it an ID name that matches the name. Hi, Adja! Yeah, this is probably going to be a long stream since I'm doing tutorials, so I wanted to start early. Yeah, see, layer 1's art mesh 3, layer 2 art mesh 2, layer 3 art mesh 1, layer 1 art mesh 0, layer 4 just named art mesh, etc., etc. So that's one benefit of naming your layers without a space, is that the ID becomes appropriate for what the part is. And when you are putting things, when you are making things clip to each other, what you're using is the ID. You're not using the name. The name you can name to whatever. Live2D does not read anything about the layer name. It only reads the layer ID. But because I named my layers appropriately, the layer name and the layer ID actually match, which makes it more helpful. Is there meant to be a black box in the lower right corner of the screen? You mean over here? Because that's just part of the UI. Because I'm zoomed in so that it's easier to see since the text is so small. Actually, is there a way for me to make the text? I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to make the text bigger, because that would make it easier for you all to see. So, oh, let me see this. Oh, that is, I think that's like my closed captioning plugin, which you should be able to disable. That's what that little black window is. Because I'm actually not using it right now, unfortunately. Okay, well, unfortunately it doesn't look like Live2D gives you the option to make the text bigger, which would be helpful. But I'm going to, right up here, this folder is my sketch folder, which is, you know, what I used to actually draw it. But I don't need that for rigging, so I'm just going to select the whole folder and hit the delete button and confirm, and I don't have to. What more do I need to clip? I need to clip this. The eyeshine needs to be clipped to the eyelid, as does the mole, and this part needs to be clipped to the lines. Okay, I think pretty much everything is good with the clipping. One thing that I do want to do is I want this eyelash to actually go over the hair. Now, what I could do is just take the eyelash part and move it over the hair part. And that would work. But now this eyelash is separated from all the other eye parts, which can be excuse me, which could be confusing, because then you'll miscontrol your parts. So what you can do instead is you you see this option down here called draw order? Thank you. Thank you. Click draw order and click +1. It'll show up in front. So everything on your canvas starts by default draw order 500. And if you put something on draw order higher than that, it will show up on top of everything. It will show up on top of everything in draw order 500. And if you put it on anything below 500, it'll show up underneath everything on draw order 500. But also, if you leave it in draw order 500, then it'll obey the it will obey the layer order. So it'll follow the draw order just based on which layer is on top of the other. So very often you don't have to mess with draw order too much. I'm gonna put the tail on draw order 490 just in case. But for something like that, it can be useful. And as you can see, Live2D, I haven't even actually started rigging it. The unfortunate part of Live2D, it requires a lot of just setting up the file. But we're really close to actually start rigging, so let me save. Put it in a folder. Oh, actually, let me go out one. This is a personal folder. I'm gonna call this Jammies. Save it here. And now I have a file. So, would you guys hate me if I organize my... Actually, before I do that, I want to talk a bit about Live2D before I actually get to rigging. Because there's some terminology that goes into Live2D that if you don't understand what people are talking about, it makes it really hard to understand like tutorials and following along with other people. So there's 3 big terms that I want to talk about because they come up all the time in Live2D and they're like the basic building blocks of Live2D. And that is art meshes, deformers, and parameters. An art mesh is probably the simplest one that we can get started on. Is essentially each layer is an art mesh. And every layer that you have in your PSD by default is its own art mesh. So this is an art mesh. This is an art mesh. And you will see that they all have a box around them. You'll see a red box, but then on the inside, you'll see a box with little white dots on the corners. These are your points of articulation. So this is how I can move this head. But everything starts with being defined as a box, which is not that useful for very complex rigging. So typically what you will do is you will make a more complex art mesh. So you can make an art mesh by hand. You are most likely not going to need to for your first model because really complex art mesh creation and deforming with a complex art mesh, it's really not worth it when you're just starting out. So to make the box art meshes, yes, but they will not be boxes for long. So they just start off being defined as boxes, but you can make them much more complex. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit, there's this button up here at the top. This is button up here at the top, which has 3 dots and a triangle with the word auto next to it. This is going to auto generate a more complex art mesh for you. So I'm going to click that, and there are a couple of presets here. When you open up LIVE2D, you're going to have standard, little, and heavy. I have some other ones that I have defined called large, small, and medium. But if you just click standard, now you have a bunch of little dots over the screen. As you can see, you have way more dots than just the box. And you can see the actual original box is gone because these are now your points of articulation. Now I can pull this part of the head like this. And as you can see, it only deforms this part of the head. So when you have more points of articulation, it lets you deform the art mesh in a way more nuanced and controlled manner. But then also you don't want to have too many, because, so this is what a heavy mesh looks like, because having a more complex art mesh than you need to can sometimes make the art mesh move more. Sorry, there's like a paper black floating outside my window and distracted me because I'm a cat. Having too complex art mesh, one, it makes your model a bigger file, which if you're working on a computer that has limited capabilities, you want to work with as little as you need. And it can also make it trickier to rig, because if you have way more points of articulation than you need, it can make what you're trying to do harder. Like, I can actually show you an example. Where is he? Here he is. So here's a model that I made. And I'm going to focus on the chain, the collar. This is the art mesh that I made for the collar. The point is defined by a single point on the art mesh. And that lets me deform this spike more like an actual spike. While if I did just a standard mesh on it, 1 sec, it's loading. I've seen those dots many times with watching someone rig. Yes, exactly. Like, it's those things that it's the building blocks of rigging that you see all the time and you have no clue what it is, but you know that's what makes it work. That's what art meshes are. Now, if I just give it a generic art mesh, if I try to move it, it does not move exactly like a spike because the other points of articulation are interfering with how it deforms. I will say, for your first model, you're probably just going to want to go with standard. But I just wanted to give an example of how art meshes actually work, because they usually start off in like this lattice pattern here. But there is potential to want it in different shapes. But don't stress yourself too much about art mesh for right now. Click the top box with the 3 dots with a triangle, click standard, and you're probably good to go. I am personally going to go use my preset of auto mesh medium, but standard should work perfectly fine too. So that's art meshes. I'm gonna generate art meshes for the other pieces too, but I just wanted to go over what art meshes are, because art meshes are essentially how your objects get deformed. They define the points of articulation of which your model gets deformed. That is art meshes. Now other two big terms is deformers and parameters. Deformers are, I think of how to. Deformers are basically what you put on top of the art meshes to move them around. And as you can see, you can move the art mesh itself. Like, you can just move the art mesh itself. But typically, most of the movement that you're actually going to be doing is going to be on a deformer. So there are two main deformers. There's rotation deformer, which is this circle with a line coming out of it. And then there's the warp deformer, which is this box that's kind of bowing out. Most of your rigging is going to be using warp deformers, but rotation deformers also have their uses. I'm actually going to be using a rotation deformer first when I actually start rigging. But I'll just put a rotation deformer just so you can see. So I'm going to click the circle with the line in it, and then I'm going to see this line. I'm going to see this box come up. You can give the deformer a name, which can be very useful to just keep track of. Since you're going to have so many layers, it helps to name things because it helps you keep track. Now I'm not going to name this one because I'm going to delete it after I explain it, but I will be naming my other deformers. So I'm going to click create. And now I have this red circle. And if I hold at the end of this line and I turn it, the object, actually let me move it so you can see it. So this is head color. When I turn it, it rotates. So a rotation deformer is slightly limited because it has two functions. Or three, actually, sorry. You can use it to move things, you can use it to rotate things, and you can use it to scale things. But that's it. So it's way more limited to warp deformers, but the reason why rotation deformers are still useful is because it does those three things really, really well. And in fact, it does those three things better than warp deformers do. And in the final rig, you will see that I am going to use rotation deformers for, like, for example, for my lean, my head is on a rotation deformer because warp deformers don't do rotation very well. So rotation deformers, limited in its use, but what it does very well. And then we have warp deformers. Warp deformers are 80% of what you're going to be working with the LIVE2D. I'm going to click this box that's bowing out. Same thing, it's going to open a window. I will talk about some of this extra settings later, but for right now, just click create. And you're going to have a green box. And really similar to how it is when you edit the art mesh, when you click these points of articulation on the warp deformer, it's going to move the art mesh around. And I think some things people might be wondering is like, well, if you can do the same thing on the art mesh, what is the point of making it on deformers? The biggest reason is that warp deformers can be associated with specific movements. While the art, and you can do it with the art mesh, but there is a limit to how many things you can associate with a single movement, which I will get to when I start talking about parameters, because that's the next thing we're going to be talking about. So I would say in general, if you're trying to make something move, it's better to put a warp deformer on it and move that than edit the art mesh itself. There are some cases for the art mesh to be edited, Like, for example, my mouth is rigged directly on the art mesh, and my eye blink is rigged directly on the art mesh because you have more control editing something on the art mesh than you do with a deformer. But you can only associate the art mesh with so many different movements. And that will be a really good segue to parameters. Parameters are your key points. Let me zoom in. If anyone has ever lost at any point and it's like, wait, can you repeat that? Can you show me where that was again? Just let me know. So let me zoom in. Up here are your parameters. A Live2D file comes with some parameters made by default, but you can delete and create parameters. So for example, this one will probably make more sense than others. Here's one called ILOpen. It has 2 key points. Essentially, it has 1 and 0. When it's 1, your eye should be open, and when it's 0, your eye should be closed. So these are the movements that you can associate with your model. Yes, I'm still listening. Bro. So essentially, what you do, actually, I'll show you an actual completed model to see how the parameters actually work when they have actual movements associated. So let me go to me. So yeah, these parameters are not doing anything because they haven't actually had movement defined for them yet. But if I go to a model that does actually have movement defined for it, and I go down, and this model has a way more parameters because I added parameters for it. But if I go to iparams, because I made folders, and I have ILOpen, when I slide down, that's what defines the eye closing. So that's what we are, hopefully by the end of this, that's what we are going to do. We are going to define all these different movements. And so making a Live2D model is essentially just defining all these different movements. So like, here's my head turning movement. It's my head turning movement, etc., etc. It's defining all these different movements because that's what gets linked up when you go to a face tracking program. Is these points of art are these parameters. So the way that VTube Studio works, which is the face tracking program, is that it detects, it says, if your head turns to the left, make this parameter, angle X, move to the left. So that's why we have so many different parameters, because that's how they get tracked. But a lot of the stuff will most likely make more sense once we actually get our hands on it. But I did want to talk a little bit about the terminology, because when you hear other people talk about art meshes, deformers, and parameters, I wanted you to understand what they're actually talking about, because understanding what people are talking about is what lets you actually learn from them. You know what I mean? Like, if you hear people saying all these terms that you don't understand, you're just like, okay, okay. But even if you don't actually understand exactly what they're doing, when they start saying like, oh, I'm associating this has been associated with a parameter, and you're like, okay, I know what a parameter is, so I can kind of understand what they are doing. So that's why I wanted to talk a little bit about the terms. And those are, I would say, are the 3 building blocks of making a model. Is the art meshes, which is really just the layers that you made in your art program. Deformers which is what you use to actually move the objects around, and the parameters, which is what I feel like there's a word that I'm looking for. The parameters are what are the rules that the movement is defined by, if that makes sense. See, the problem is that a lot of things, I will say, I think a lot of things about Live2D I was able to pick up faster than other people. 1, because I'm insane in the head, but 2, because I have a background of programming and game development. So like when I heard parameters, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Or it's like, oh, all right, no, I get that. Because that's something that is you see in like programming. Let's just surprise controller. I feel like I've said that before, that I'm a software engineer. That's like literally my job, is that I'm a software engineer. I will say most of my current job does not actually involve that much actual programming, but my job title is that I am a software engineer. And I did work for the game development club at my college. Being saying some bonus things like animating, rigging. Yeah, because for sure, because like once you're into it, there's a lot of people who will be like, oh yeah, I understand how rigging works. I just found that I just didn't like it because it's just a bunch of repetitive stuff doing over again. So it's, admittedly, it's not for everyone. A lot of people get really intimidated by just the UI and just the basic concept of it. But I'm sure there are a lot of people who have done the work and they're like, yeah, I understand it. I just realized that I don't like doing it. So thank you. I apologize. I don't talk about my real life that much because I'm frankly an extremely boring individual. But I think, are there any questions that anyone has? And for sure, ask them now. Don't assume like, oh, I'm sure once you actually start doing it, I'll understand it. Like, if you're confused, if you have questions, feel free to ask them now. Like, I don't mind taking the time to re-explain stuff. And don't assume that you'll understand when you start to catch up. Yeah, when I was animation school, rigging was torment for me, but there's some people who just have the brain. That's me. People who do rigging animations. Yeah, because like I've tried frame by frame animation and I was not a fan of it. But the second I started Live2D, I was like, wait, this sucks. I love it. That's literally, no joke, that is literally what got me into Live2D, is that I watched someone do it on stream for the first time and I was like, wait, no one told me that making a VTuber look sucks. Like, no one told me that it takes forever and is boring and tedious and it requires you to just stand there tweaking things by like millimeters for half an hour. That is incredible. And I downloaded Live2D the same day. I didn't buy it until a bit later, but that's literally what got me into it. Is I saw someone do it, I was like, oh, it sucks. Like, it's boring and bad and you don't like it. No one told me that. That's why I always say that's like the reason why I'm good at this is just because I'm insane because I saw something that I objectively recognized was boring and tedious and annoying, and I was like, I have to start doing that right now. I was literally, no joke, I was literally going to be a PG tuber for my entire life. That was my whole plan. I was like, yeah, I don't need to be rigged. I'm fine with just being a PG tuber, and it's fun because then I can make different outfits and stuff, and I'll just toggle the expressions. Like, it's not a big deal. But then when I saw Live2D, I was like, oh, it's terrible. I need to do it now. That is genuinely that's genuinely my backstory. Okay, let me delete this deformer. And I'm going to generate some more complex art meshes for some of these things. You can select everything and generate art meshes all at once. I find that tends to mess stuff up. So I will usually take like a small batch at a time and then go to auto and then generate the art mesh. Okay, so one thing I will precaution for, so now I have, so the scales and blush now have more complex art meshes. One thing I will precaution for the blush, because it's like soft, you have to make sure that the art mesh is really, really big. It's like, for example, when I saw this art mesh, I was like, oh, that's not going to work because it's going to, see, now you can see there's like a hard line at the edge of the art mesh because the art mesh isn't big enough to account for the full gradient of the blush. Oh, I realized that I went into a menu and I didn't realize. So if you are selecting something and you double click, oh, my bad, I double clicked the wrong thing. You double click it. This is what you would do if you wanted to edit the art mesh by hand, so you can define it. I'm not going to do that, at least not for this object. I might do it for the lip line, so you'll see how that works then. But this is what you do to actually edit the art mesh. So this, if I do this, this does not actually deform the image at all. It just moves the art mesh. So what I'm, in this menu, if you go down here, there's the same 3 dots and a triangle, and you click that, you'll have the same auto generate that you have up there. It's like exactly the same menu. That has to be the best reason to become a professional rigger. I wouldn't say I'm a professional. I don't know. But yeah, so this looks big enough because it should account for the blush fading. Now for head shading, let's see. I have a silly question. Can you make a specific gesture, like raising the left eyebrow, explode the model, like make all the second pose? Okay, make a making all explode the model, like making all the separated parts fly apart in different directions. Yes, but not in Live2D, because linking the gesture to a toggle is something that you'd have to do in the face tracking program, and I don't think VTube Studio has that capability by default, but I'm pretty sure there is a plugin. Actually, let me look it up. I'm pretty sure I have it installed, which is why I think I'll have it. Let me look it up. There is a plugin, I believe, that allows you to link specific inputs, i.e. face movements, with like animation, because that's not something that LIVE2D can do by default. But I do think there is. Oh, Doi. I'm not looking for LIVE2D, I'm looking for YouTube Studio. I get those names mixed up all the time. Fortunately, I do not remember the name of the plugin, but I'm pretty sure you would need a plugin for that. So what you could, in LIVE2D, you could have the exploding model animation defined, but to make it happen on a specific gesture is something that you would have to do in the face tracking program. If that makes sense. I'm just going to continue generating some art meshes for this one. The headlines, I want to have the exact same art mesh as the head color, so I'm actually copying and pasting it. So what I did was that I selected the head color, I clicked Control C to copy, and then I went into the edit art mesh menu, and then I clicked Control V, and so that copied and pasted the art mesh. So they have the exact same art mesh. Because I am going to glue them together, for this tutorial I will explain what glue is, but I will not go into detail on how to use glue, because glue is really tricky and finicky. So I will tell you what it is so you understand what people are talking about when they hear someone talking about glue. But I'm not expecting... I don't understand glue enough to be able to teach it, if that makes sense. I'll explain what it is, but I still don't really use it very often. Same thing with skinning. I will probably use skinning for this model, and I'll explain what it is, but I cannot guarantee that I'll be able to properly explain how to use it. Oh, another thing that's important for this chin mask here, which I'm going to use, make sure that its opacity is set to 0, not that it is hidden. Because if it's hidden, then it will not be exported. You want it visible, like you want the layer to actually be active, but you don't want it to be visible, so you just want the opacity to 0. And what I'm going to do, and this is a very powerful tool in LIVE2D that you can't do in an art program, I'm going to flip the headlines to that little mask, and I'm going to inverse mask it. And what that does is it's basically like clipping, but instead of it shows up where the object is underneath it, it shows up everywhere except where the object is. So if I move the mask down, now you can see the lines disappear because it doesn't show up where the mask is. See? And that is extremely useful in LIVE2D. It's not an everyday thing. You don't have to use it for everything, but for when it's useful, it's extremely useful. Okay, so I have the head has all of its art mesh generated. It has more complex art message generates. It has more complex art message generated for it. I'm gonna skip mouth for right now. Sorry, can you say how you reverse select that again? Or hides it only? Yes. So it's the same way that you make something flip to something. You put the, let me zoom in actually. You put the ID into the clipping ID, but then you check this check mark underneath it that says invert mask. So if I don't invert mask, then it will show up only where the object is. But if I click invert mask, then it only it only shows up where it isn't. You see? So that's what that check mark is, the invert mask check. Okay. It'll only invert the mask that the layer is linked to. Yes. So it'll only be affected by this layer specifically. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sure. That's exactly the kind of things I'm expecting. Let me see. Let me save first, because generating art meshes for a batch can sometimes be kind of funky. Let me see this. Okay, that one's fine. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I think I'm actually going to start linking things to parameters. So the first one I'm going to do is up here. I'm going to do angle Z. Angle Z is your lean. Angle X is your left and right. Angle Y is your up and down. And angle Z is your rotate left and right. So what I'm going to do, I usually do the Z first because I will put them on rotation deformers. So what I'm going to do is going to take everything waist up. So I'm going to take torso and belly, the arms, then wait, let me see. Can I select it? Oh, well, I might be able to deselect. So let me deselect the tail. Yes, okay. So now I have everything selected. And I'm going to go up here, create a rotation deformer. I'm going to name this one actually. I'm going to name it torso rotation. You don't need to name your deformers, but by the end of it, you're going to have a lot of deformers. So I find naming them helpful to keep track of where things are. Now I'm going to have this red square, and now I'm going to hold control and click it. And this lets me move the deformer without moving the object. And I'm going to hold shift. So now it can only go directly down or directly left and right. I'm going to move it down to right around where the waist would be. So if I'm not controlling control, it just moves the object. If I control, it moves the deformer, not the object. And now I'm going to associate this rotation deformer with a parameter. So what I do, I hate the way that the angles in the bodies are so far apart. So I'm going to select these and move these up. So I have ankle X, ankle Y, ankle Z. Those are your head parameters. And then body X, body Y, and body Z. Those are your body parameters. So this one, this object, I want to rotate the whole body. So I'm going to associate this. This part is important. So let me zoom in. I'm going to associate this deformer. So I have this deformer selected. I'm going to associate this deformer with this parameter. So I have the rotation. So I have I click it, I have the rotation deformer selected. I have the parameter selected. You see how I have it highlighted. I have body Z selected. I'm going to click this button up here with the 3 dots. And that is going to add 3 dots to this timeline, or to this parameter. And that means that this rotation deformer has movement associated with this parameter. And now it doesn't actually do anything because I haven't defined the motion, but now if anything affects body Z, this rotation deformer will do its defined motion. And if you left click, it drags along the keyframes, but if you want to select a keyframe specifically, which is the green dots, you can right click and it'll go immediately to the closest defined keyframe. The reason why I selected the one with the 3 dots instead of the 2 dots is because the body Z has a positive and negative motion associated with it. You see here it says -10 and then +10. That's why I wanted 3 keyframes. Meanwhile, I open only has 0, 1, and 0. So this one I would probably just have the 2 keyframes. But this one, since it has a left and right, this one has 3 keyframes. You can also make more keyframes if you just select a point on the timeline and click this green button. But since the most popular is defining the 2 or the 3, that's why they have automatic buttons associated to do that. So to define a motion for that parameter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the position that I'm defining it for. So I have to go over to the keyframe first. Then I select the rotation deformer and I move it. Now, because it's actually been associated with the keyframe, if I drag over, the body rotates. And this, it can disconnecting from the hips, I will fix later. And then I'm going to do the same for the other side, the negative side. Go over to the keyframe first, then define the motion. Yep, and now you can lean. Really is like flash animation. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's keyframes. That's really all that LIVE2D is. It's just a more powerful keyframe based animation program. One thing that I will advise when you're just starting off is up here by the parameters. If you select these 3 lines, there's this option called lock default form. I would select that, and now if you go back, you'll see it's checked. What that option does is it prevents you from moving the object when you're not on a keyframe. So for example, if you have it deselected and maybe you're making a mistake and you think that you're on a keyframe over here, but you're actually in the middle, and you're like, okay, so I'm going to move over here. Now that has been the defined pose for it being in the middle, which is the default position. So now your model is permanently leaning. And if you do a bunch of other stuff, like you rig a bunch of other stuff, and then you only realize later that, oh, this was on the middle keyframe instead of on the right, then you have to undo a bunch of work. But if you select lock default form, it basically doesn't let you deform the object from its default position, which sometimes you want to do depending on if you like. For example, when I first installed this model, when I first imported this model, I realized that the eyelash was not perfectly connected to the... I can actually show you. So if I do this, see, I realized that it's not perfectly connected to the eyeline. So I just like moved it over, but I can't do that because I locked it. So sometimes you do want it to be unlocked, because sometimes you can just, instead of me going to the art program and redrawing that part, I can just tweak it and edit it in LIVE2D. But I would say by default, you want this checked, because, I mean, I still make the mistake, but even more so when you're just starting out, sometimes you don't realize that you're not selecting the keyframe or, you know, what have you. And then you try to move something and you're actually moving the default pose. But for right now we just have body Z. And now I'm going to do ankle Z. Yeah, I can imagine not knowing that's a thing in costume. Yes, that I used to do that. I mean, like I said, admittedly, I still do that sometimes, but I used to do it way more when I was just starting out. Yeah, I'm just moving this real quick just to see I have everything selected. So I don't want to select the neck. So now I deselect the neck. Now I have everything in the head selected. I'm going to make another rotation deformer. I'm gonna name that head rotation. Move this up to be under the chin. Once again, holding Control and Shift. Control so that it moves the deformer and not the object, and then Shift so it goes directly on the axis. And then I'm going to select angle Z, press the 3 dots, move over to the right, move the head to the right, move over to the left, move the head to the left. Now we have some rudimentary clean, like things like the neck not moving with the head and the torso not moving with the waist. Those are things that are going to be fixed later. But those things are easier to do with a rotation deformer. Actually, I'll show you what it happens when you... Yeah, this is a good learning opportunity. I will show you what happens when you do it with a warp deformer, because warp deformers don't do rotations very well because of the way that they work. So let me get rid of this rotation deformer and put on a warp deformer. And I'm going to do the exact same thing using a warp deformer, and you're going to see why I use a rotation deformer. I'm going to do the same thing, rotate it like this, rotate it like that. Well, let me see. That might not have been the best example, because let me rotate it more so you can see what I mean. Because it gets, you can rotate a little bit with a warp deformer, but it gets worse when you do more extreme rotations. you see how when I'm rotating it, the head is actually changing size? Like on the diagonal, it's actually getting smaller. Like, can you see that? That's why rotation deformers are a thing, because the way that warp deformers are calculated, because basically, from what I understand, each point of articulation in a warp deformer, it makes a straight line to its final position. Like it just moves directly from its starting position to its end position. And that makes it so that when it rotates, it is preserving the shape, but not the dimensions of the deformer. So that's why rotation deformers have their uses, but their uses are limited. So majority of your stuff is going to be using warp deformers, but things like rotation I typically do with rotation deformers. Another thing that I want to show off, now that we actually have some deformers, this screen down here, which is what your deformer hierarchy your deformer hierarchy list. You can see here's the head rotation, and here are all the objects that are put into the head rotation. So everything up here on the head is in the head rotation. Now, one thing you'll see is that the head rotation itself is in the torso rotation, because you want the torso to rotate and then you want the head to rotate along with it. So then the head maybe if I collapse, oops, if I collapse oh, it made everything visible. Well, 1 second. Not working with these pieces right now, so I'm hiding them. Where is A? Okay. So okay, so yes. No? Yes, okay. So let me zoom in again. The text is so small. That's one of the things that's really tricky with trying to show you, is that the screen is smaller for you all because you're watching it in a website than it is for me, who has the whole program full screen. So you see torso rotation has a little arrow next to it because it has objects inside of it. If you expand it, you have the objects of the torso, and then you have the head rotation. So the head rotation is a child to the torso rotation. So that head rotation, it moves, even though it doesn't have any movement defined for body Z, when you move the body Z, it moves. See, even this is the head rotation, but it moves when I move the body rotation, but that's because it's a child of the body rotation, so it moves along with it. But then it has its own movement associated with it. And you can see the glasses are floating because the glasses were not put into the rotation deformer, which I can fix right now. So movement in Live2D has a hierarchy to it. So you have to think about moving from big to small. So that's why when you move your torso, obviously your head moves along with it. So the head rotation has to go into the torso rotation because the head rotates when you rotate your torso, but then the head has its own rotation. So that's why it has two different deformers associated with it. And as I've said, stop me at any point that you're getting lost, ask me to repeat stuff, ask me if you have any specific questions of something that you're actually working on by any means. So the glasses ended up not actually being included with the rotation deformer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. I have everything in the glasses selected, and I'm going to select this drop down called deformer. This is what defines what the object is a child to. So I only have two deformers right now. I have torso rotation and head rotation. I'm going to have a lot more by the end of this, but right now I only have torso rotation and head rotation. I'm going to put the glasses in head rotation because I want it to move with the head. And now it moves. You see, if I move it with torso rotation, it'll move with the torso, but it won't move with the head. But if I put it in head rotation, it'll move with both of them. What is the term, or what is it called when other objects and layers are linked to a deformer? Is a child parent extensions? Yes. So the deformer is the parent, and the objects inside of the deformer is the child. That is the actual terms for the relationship. And that's funny, again, it's one of those things that I feel like clicked more for me because I had a background in game development, because like the child relationship type relationship is something that exists in game developments too. But yeah, so the torso rotation is the parent, the head rotation is the child, and then the glasses inside the head rotation is a child to the head rotation. And you can see the arms clipping through the legs right here. So I'm actually going to move the arms behind the legs. So they end up with many parents and our children. Yes, they end up becoming quite stacked because you start with the big movements and then you go smaller and smaller. Where is arms? Yeah, so my arms, this folder, I'm actually going to move behind my legs because I want them to stay behind my legs when they rotate. Yeah, I'm so thankful I learned Flash that one semester. I've never learned Flash. Maybe if I knew how much Flash sucked, I would have been interested in learning it. But I do think understanding Live2D from the perspective of it being an animation program does help. So, oh, I realized I don't have the neck shading clipped to the shading, so I want to do that. So I want that clipped to the neck. So I'm gonna scroll down, find the neck. I'm actually gonna also clip it to the chest and the hood, because when I move the head down, the shading is actually gonna cover those parts. So I'm actually gonna move it up here. And you know, when they look down, the shading is gonna go down. So I want it to show up on all those areas. So I'm actually going to also clip it on the torso and the arms. parenting is very much a thing in Flash animation, at least with Winnie. Yeah, I mean, that is what Live2D is. It's a tweening animation. So now the shading will show up on the arms. When they look down, they'll show up all the way down here. Okay. So I have the rudimentary lean first, and I want to do that first because rotation deformers do weird stuff when they are inside warp deformers. So generally you want to do the rotations first, and then you'll do the warping, which I think I might actually start now, because that is, doing the head ankles is both the most interesting and also the hardest part of this model. So I want to spend a good time going over that, and I want to do that while I still have energy. So while like I wouldn't be surprised by this like afternoon, I'm more just going through the motions. So right now I want to select my head color and my headlines, and I am going to glue these to each other. I'm not going to go into too much of glue, so don't feel bad if you don't understand what I'm doing. But glue basically makes it so two objects, essentially, they stay together. But you can do really, really complex things with glue, and when it doesn't work, it just becomes messy. Like for example, I'll show you an example of what glue usually looks like. Like the head and the lines, they like mesh together so perfectly beautifully because they have the exact same art mesh, because I copied them over. But honestly, if you're gluing two objects, most of the time this is what it's gonna look like. And then if I move the torso, it's gonna look something like this. This is what happens like 80% of the time you're trying to glue something. It's something like this, which is why I don't use glue that much, because it gets really confusing. But I will usually glue the head and the lines together because they have the exact same art mesh, so they just like move along with each other. Because I have them separated because I have some things that I want to go underneath the lines, and I want to be able to mask the lines, but I do want to move the head and the lines together as basically one thing. So that's why I glue them to each other. I am going to take my headlines, my head color, and my head shading, and I'm going to make a warp deformer. I'm going to click create warp deformer. I'm going to name this head XY. Now I have a warp deformer. As you can see, as I said before, these dots are the points of articulation. Dented head. Me when she asked me what's on my mind. But these are the points of articulation. But because the head is kind of complex, I want to have more points of articulation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Inspector. I'm going to click this tab, Inspector. And down here, it says number of conversion divisions. It's currently set to 5 by 5. I'm going to up that to 15 by 15. And now you can see I have way more points of articulation. They recommend not to add weight. They recommend not to go over too much, because that like makes your model way more computationally extensive. Like it makes VTube Studio chug a lot more while working with your model. But for some parts like the head, which has a complex shape, I will usually go over 10, but usually most deformers I'll stay somewhere around like 5x5 or 8x8, but really just for really complex shapes that you want to deform in a very particular way, I will go up beyond that. So I have the deformer selected. Now I'm going to select angle X because I want to deform the head for turning left and right. I'm going to click 3 dots to add the keyframes. And now I can go over to the left and define what looking left looks like. So I'm going to move it over slightly. I'm going to select this part, shrink it a little bit. So all I have is the arrow key tool selected. So I don't have anything, I'm not doing anything special right now. I'm just dragging over part of it. So I'm only deforming these parts, and I'm just squishing it a little bit. And now, yeah, this is when you actually start like moving stuff. A lot of it was just preamble, which unfortunately you do have to do every single time you make a Live2D model, but this is the part where you're actually starting to like move it. Now I'm going to take this bottom point of articulation here. So there are bigger green ones which will do more general motions, and then you have the smaller ones which are more fine-tuned points of articulation. So I'm going to work with the big green ones for right now. So I'm going to take the bottom green one, and I'm going to hold shift so it moves along the axis. Same with moving the rotation deformers. If you hold shift, it only moves along the rotation. Like, you can't move it freely. It can only move pure left or pure up and right. So I'm going to hold shift and go slightly to the left just to move the chin a little bit. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this line about here-ish. I'm going to move, holding shift again, I'm going to move in slightly so I can make kind of the shape of the cheek. It's going to look a little rough for a bit. Put this one, move this out a little bit. Okay. Move it a little this way. A lot of this at this point is just kind of finagling it. IJ. Now I think, I think I do. So I'm going to select this tool up here, which is the deform brush tool. And I'm going to hold B and drag to resize it a bit. And what this does is that it moves the deformer kind of like all at these points of articulation all at once. So when you want to do like a big organic motion, this is what you use. And I think something that I've seen a lot of people say is that like when they learn of this tool is that like, why do you use any other tool? And it's a really, really useful tool. One of the most useful tools in the repertoire, but I'm going to do the other head angle just using this tool, and I'm going to show you why it's sometimes very useful to just do the general motions with just the points instead of trying to do everything with the brush. Because that is something that I've seen people say when trying to learn to Live2D is like, why don't you just use that for everything? And there's actually a reason. Because basically it's hard to get control with it, and when the deformer gets like really funky, it's really hard to save it without just starting over. I want to get since this is a chibi, I want to get a pretty defined cheek here. Pretty chubby. this is the kind of teacher we need, showing us both how to do it and why these things may be bad. I'm glad that you're finding my teaching format. Oh, but yeah, see, I'm going to try to do this same kind of movement. And I will say the head looks a little weird, but that's because I haven't moved the shading to move along with the head. And I'm gonna try to do the exact same thing on this side, but just using the brush. The problem is that I've actually gotten kind of used to using this, so I might actually do this pretty well. But very often when you're... Let me actually hide the face, because I think the face might be distracting. Like, I am able to kind of see past the face at this point, but we're looking at the head angles. But yeah, you kind of see what I'm saying is that when you're trying to... Thank you, Artist Feeder. When you're trying to move it, sometimes you want to get like the general motions first. But like, yeah, you kind of see what I'm talking about. Of course, I did it kind of sloppy on purpose to show a point, but stuff like this, like for example, like how this part gets kind of dented, stuff like this happens all the time when you're just using the brush. The brush is super useful. It's probably one of the most useful tools, and it's really good when you're trying to do like organic shapes like the hair. But there is a reason to not just use it. That's all that I wanted to illustrate it. So to get rid of it, I'm just going to click this gray button, which is going to delete the keyform, and then press the green button again to re-add it. And it's gonna re-add it at the default pose. Now that I've made one head angle, I am going to reflect this. And to do that, I am going to select these 3 lines here. I'm going to select reflect motion. And it says reflect horizontally, and I'm going to click OK. Now the motion has been moved over to the other side. If you do this, if you do the rotation, the reflect motion, and it does not work for you, and it's weird, it's like moved over to the side, it's moved over too far, what it most likely is that your model isn't perfectly centered in the canvas, because it does the reflect motion based on the center of the canvas. So for example, you see my model, you see how this tail is all the way over here and it has all this blank spot? It's because I wanted my models to be perfectly in the center of the canvas. Because like, if I was doing it just based on, if I was just drawing it, I would probably have the model be like here, like roughly in the center. But you want the point of symmetry to be in the exact middle of the canvas, because that is what the reflect motion uses. And if you didn't draw the model perfectly centered in the screen, that's totally fine. You can do each side manually, or you can do a reflect and then adjust for the parts that did not reflect perfectly. Yeah, because I'm just trying to look out for things that tripped me up when I started rigging. So now that I have the basic shape, I'm going to do another deformer for the head shading. I'll call it shading XY. And this one I'm going to have to associate it with the angle X. And if I forget to do that, then if I have lock default form, block selected, then it won't let me do that. But for each deformer, it has to be associated with the keyframe. Even if the deformer is the child of a deformer, you have to associate that specific child with the deformer. So you have to click angle X, click the 3 dots, and now I can move the shading. And see how I'm gonna hide these other things because it might be distracting. But you can see how now it actually kind of looks like the head is moving instead of this where it almost looks like it looks kind of 2D. Well, this one actually gives the illusion of depth. I'm gonna squish it down a little bit here before. And then just like that, I'm going to make this part a little squished. Let me see. Come on. Yeah, the scroll wheel of my current mouse is kind of funky. Just tweaking this cheek, just trying to make sure it's... I'm gonna push the chin out a little bit more. I haven't made a chibi in a while, so bear with me. I mean, I've rigged other people's chibi art, but I haven't rigged my own chibi art in a while. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Now, since I changed this head angle, I have to reflect it again for it to show up on this side. But I'm also going to select the shading as well and reflect that at the same time. Now I have looking left and right. And since the warp deformer is a child of the rotation deformer, I can rotate this way and then it'll move along with the head rotation. So that's the basic premise. And most of what we're going to be doing is mostly just this over and over again. This is the part where it gets kind of tedious. So I'm gonna make a blush R X Y. For some, and this does not need this much performance, so this does not give many points of articulation since you're mostly just moving it, so I'm going to decrease this to 5.5. Some people might be wondering why I'm making a deformer for these, which is fair. You probably could, for things like the blush and the cheek scales, you probably could make the parameters directly on the art mesh. But the thing is that each object, I'll actually show you this. Each object can only be associated with 3 parameters at a time. And then if I try to make it associate to a 4th one, it says maximum size parameters per object is 3. So you can only associate it. Wait, what do you mean? Parameters aside, even when among deformers, exceeding higher result every first. Oh, I guess it lets you do it now. But you really shouldn't go more than 3. So, if you want to delete your association with parameter, you can select this box up here, which is this gray box with the line going through towards it. It deletes your association with that parameter. So for things like the head, which are probably going to have a lot of movements associated with it. You're probably going to have the head up, or the head left and right. You're going to have the head up and down. You have the head rotate. You might have some toggles associated with. You're going to have like the blinking for the eye stuff. All of that stuff is going to be associated with a parameter. And unless you want one of them to affect the other, it's way simpler to just have them each have their own deformer. Each movement have its own deformer, which is associated with a single movement. So right now I'm going to put this blush, I'm going to put it on angle X, and I'm going to move it along. And I'm going to squish it a little bit too. So give the idea that it's moving at an angle. Go this way, this way. Yeah, this is really big blush because it's a chibi. Do not usually draw a blush this big. Wait, the song is good. Sorry, I'm looking up the song. Oh. I'm saving this for later. This might be a random question, but can you work with GIF in LIVE2D? Like if you wanted to sparkle animation under a small thing? Yes, LIVE2D can export as a GIF. Let me actually show you. Let me see if I have it. I can actually show you because I have done this. Sorry, other. So these animations, for example, this is a I animated this in LIVE2D and I exported it as a GIF. So yes, LIVE2D can export as a GIF, and it can export as a transparent GIF. Yeah, that was a good question. So, my dancing stuff at the top was made in LIVE2D. That was a commission by Love Mira. I believe she uses anime effects, which is another tweening animation program. I don't know. I mean, she is a LIVE2D rigger. I don't know if she's moved to using LIVE2D to making her chibis, but at the point that when I commissioned her for that, she was using anime effects, which is a different program. I'm not 100% sure why she uses that program as opposed to LIVE2D, because she is a LIVE2D rigger, so she uses LIVE2D. But she might just like how it works more for that. Okay, so that's pretty good for right now. I might have one of the things that when you're working on the head, one of the things that might kind of strike you is that you're kind of just guessing when you don't have all the other pieces of the face moving along yet. So sometimes you really just kind of have to get the object like 80% there, and then when you have everything else on the face, then you tweak it to get the rest of the way there. That happens very frequently. You can export it as GIF, but can you have active animation in the program like you had the hair that's constantly? Yes. So My drawing hand is an animation that I have defined to move like this. So most everything else, like all my other expressions, those are toggles. But for this, since it's moving, this is an animation. So you can have an animation associated with your model. You wanted to, you know, at this point, this is kind of a doing your best guess and your judgment of how things move in 3D space. It's like, for example, when the face is turning, you want this part to move slightly more because they're actually, the scales would be hidden, so it's not moving perfectly along with the face. But it just kind of takes practice at this point. Okay, so it's a toggle, which means you need to export it and then use a different program to attach it on top. Yes. So I define the animation in LIVE2D, and I export the animation file. And then I have in VTube Studio, I have defined that when I press a particular button, it plays the animation. Yeah. I just, again, one of these things is like, this is a trick that I learned up the way. If you find it confusing you, just absolutely just do it manually. But I was able to copy this deformer and flip it and then put the other cheap scales into that deformer, so I didn't have to rig it twice. But like I said, if that confuses you, doing both sides manually will absolutely work the same. So I don't want to get too complex with my tutorial because I still want it to be very beginner friendly. So if I go too much into like, oh, you do this, then it you know, do this thing to speed up your workflow, but then I just end up putting a bunch of knowledge in your head that kind of confuses you and makes it more daunting. I'm laser reflex extension. Here's the thing, is that you would think that being able to copy and reflect something and would be so simple. It'd be like the simplest thing you could do ever. Sometimes in LIVE2D, just doing it each side manually is actually simpler. Because if you don't do it the right way, it can honestly become a huge headache. Okay. So now I have the head base moving left to right. Now I'm going to do the eyes, because the eyes are a big part of getting the perspective right on the head. Move it over, push it. A reminder, every time I make a new deformer, I have to click up here to associate the deformer with the angle X parameter. probably gonna have to take a lunch break soon because I am hungry. But I'm gonna try to see if I can at least get the Face X working. And yeah, like I said, for sure, if you are working alongside or you have worked on a model before and got stuck at a certain point, feel free to ask me. Like, I tried to do this, but then this weird thing happened and I didn't understand it. Like, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I want to help with. I can already see myself making the eyes off centered. We're doing this and having this facing up. That happens all the time. Trying to get stuff perfectly centered and moving symmetrically is very difficult. Like, straight up, even since I still have my model open, straight up, like, even though this is a model, and granted, this model is almost a year old now, but when I do my look up, you can kind of see things sliding around the face of it. Just a bit. Like, thankfully I don't look up that much, so like it's not a head angle that and trying to get stuff moving symmetrically is difficult. Because that's the thing about the eyes, is that because they're not centered, you can't reflect them. You can only reflect things that are centered. So, for example, if I have this eye, and I'm like, okay, that looks pretty good. Time to reflect it. This is what it's gonna look like when it reflects. Because it's not going to do it thoughtfully with the head. It's going to just do like, okay, the thing that you did on the other side, I'll do it over here. So if you do one side, you can sometimes copy it over to the other side, but you can't, if you do one side, you can't reflect it. Well, that looks pretty good. Okay. Now let's do the mouth. Mouth X. Please create an object with the same deformer parent forms. Okay, this is actually a good learning lesson because I can almost guarantee if you've actually tried rigging something before and you've actually got your hands on it, you have probably seen this error before. Please create an object, the same parent deformer selected. And what that means is when you are trying to make a warp deformer, all of the objects that you're trying to put in that warp deformer have to be in the same group. So they either have to not be a child of anything, or they all have to be a child of the same parent. So when you see that error, you have to check what you're selecting. So what I have everything of the mouth selected right now, and I see, oh, let me zoom out so you can see. So I have everything in the mouth selected, and I see the top tooth, tongue, and mouth back here, but the top line, top tooth R, top tooth L, and the bottom lip line are over here, and they are a child of the head rotation, but these parts, the mouth back and everything, they're not attached to the head rotation because they were hidden when I made that rotation deformer. So you can add hidden objects to a deformer, but if you did what I did, like this and just like select like this, it's not going to select objects that are hidden. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and select these mouth back components and the teeth. I'm going to select all this, and then I'm going to select deformer and then put it in head rotation. Now they should all be a part of the same parent deformer. Now if I select them, hit the warp deformer, mouth XY. Now the program will let me create a warp deformer because they're all the same. They're all a child of the same parent. Now I'm going to decrease this because I don't need 15 points of articulation. Now I'm going to hide them again because I don't need to see them to deform them. Okay. Shrink a little bit. This can be a tiny bit tricky just because you want to consider that the mouth isn't just sliding around, it's like curving alongside the face. Oh, before I do this, I want to make the art meshes for this, because if you put a deformer, like even, let me think about it. Even when you put an art mesh in a deformer, the art mesh is being articulated by the art mesh's points of articulation. So if you don't give the art mesh a complex art mesh and you try to deform it, it's just going to, oh, one second. It's just going to deform based on its very limited points of articulation. So it's just gonna do that. Meanwhile, if I do it, generate an art mesh, and then I go back to the deformer, see, now it's much more controlled and more targeted because the art mesh is actually has more complex points of articulation. This part got me so bad the first time I did my model because I did not understand why things were not moving as expected. And it's because I was putting a deformer on an art mesh and I was giving this deformer all these points of articulation and it was still not moving. And it was because I didn't actually generate a art mesh for it. So that's one thing that I wanted to specifically point out because it got me really bad on my first model. And one of the biggest reasons why my first model did not move very well. So now, if I move the mouth, it's going to move much more flexibly. But since his mouth is in the middle of the face, I should be able to reflect it. And I'm actually going to go back to the head. Because I think, where's my head X? No, do I want the chin out more? I think I do. So now, going back to the mouth. Now I'm going to what? it's not gonna be perfect because I did move the head around, so now I need to reflect the head again. Let me try to see if I can get that cheek again. So I wanted a pretty prominent cheek for this model because it's a chibi. Okay. Alrighty, now let's do eyebrows. Oh, let me generate arm mesh for them first. Now I can put it. It does not need 8. I'm gonna put it down to 5. Squish a little bit. Oh man, I almost forgot to mention that as I mentioned before this at the very beginning of the stream, this VOD will be saved. But I didn't mention is that I'm going to be posting on YouTube and I'm going to start a VOD channel. And my most recent streams are already saved and drafted on my channel, so there'll be a small bit of a backlog. And I do have the majority of my streams saved on my computer, so I can't upload them. So I will be in the very, very slow process of gradually uploading and my old VODs. That's good. Sometimes you only notice stuff when you put both of them in place and you notice not sliding around. I would always have Twitch upload them to YouTube as unlisted private for me so I don't have to take up space on the PC. Yeah, that's what a smart person would do. But hopefully once I have them all uploaded, then I can gradually start getting some of my space back from on my computer. Like, it was not that big of an issue because I have a really big hard drive, but I knew eventually I was gonna run to issue because videos take so much space. That is when I'm eventually going to go towards having everything uploaded on YouTube. Even if I don't decide to publish them, they'll be on YouTube, and then I don't give up a computer. I did it because I originally wanted to have something I can practice video editing with. Oh, I never got to it. I hate video editing. I'm like, I don't know what's with me. I'm like literally allergic to video editing. I can't do it. Even like the simplest things, it's like embarrassing. It's like, for example, I did a puzzle stream once and I wanted to do like a time lapse of me completing the puzzle, and I was just like, even just like taking a video speeding it up and like overlaying music on it, which is like one of the most basic video editing things you could possibly ever do. It was like I couldn't do it. It was tripping me up so bad. My head is a little slanted. I'll move forward a bit. Even though a lot of this is not really gonna matter much because it's gonna be covered by head. I like knowing that I have a chrome dome under there, you know what I mean? I like knowing, because I know there are a lot of people, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it, is that they basically move the head like a faceplate, and then they just add the dimension of the head with the hair, which is like, unless you have like a ball toggle planned, it's not inherently wrong. There's nothing actually wrong with that, but I've always done it by visualizing the head as like being a 3D object underneath. So that's what I do. I love video editing. Used to be my career goal in and after high school. Even got an internship or office assistant for a video production company, but then life happened. I haven't touched Adobe for like 8 years. Aww. You should try to become a video editor for like YouTubers, because I know it's something that everyone wants but no one wants to do. So it's one of those, like, it's like being a background artist in the VTuber space. It's like, if you get good at it, you will always have a customer base because everyone wants it and no one wants to be the one to do it. Now I want to draw more. My ADHD life just loves to pick up and draw hobbies like yours. Oh, so true. Me thinking about my closet that just has so many unfinished projects in it. Okay, so the head's looking pretty good. It's looking left and right. Nothing is at least obviously sliding out the place. Like I said, sometimes you just need to take a break, and also sometimes you need to let your eyes rest, because sometimes when you take a break and come back to something, you're like, oh, that's kind of like sticking out of place, because you're actually seeing the thing as a whole face instead of each individual little piece. Another thing that I want to show off is if you go to the top here. Well, actually can't see it. Second, can't see it. Now, yes, now you can see it. Up here, you go to modeling, and you go down to physics settings. You can see the whole model and test it out by dragging. By default, it does not have Z tracked, so I'm going to go up to the top, click preview. I'm going to click settings of cursor tracking. And you have the parameters and what they're tracked by. So I'm going to track ankle Z by, I usually prefer to have it by right mouse button X. And then I'm also going to have body X, body Y, and body Z tracked by the same thing. So now when I drag to the right, it tracks the X, but then when I do with my right, when I right click with my mouse, it does Z. So I've seen a lot of people do Z and X together, where they track both the Z and the X on the left mouse, I like being able to test them separately. So I have Z as right mouse. So you can kind of get an idea of where your model's at right now. And once we get to the point to start adding physics, this is the menu that you're going to be adding physics. But for right now, it's just useful to just preview your model. And you can also, up here at the top, you see pattern A, pattern B, and posing. You can make it so your model does random poses, so you can kind of see what they would look like in motion. So that's what this is what posing looks like, where it just takes like a bunch of random poses. Posing A kind of just looks left and right like this. It also blinks, but because I haven't actually defined the blinking yet, it doesn't do that. But yeah, so that's where we have the model for right now. I'm going to take a lunch break now because I'm hungry. And probably during my lunch break, I'm going to organize my parameters with some folders because that's boring. And I don't want to bore you with that, but I also want to do it because I'm autistic and I want everything to be in a folder. So we're going to take a lunch break. Let's see here. I'm gonna find some enrichment for you all. Do we want to watch beignets or we want to watch boar stew? We want to learn how to make beignets, or we want to learn how to make boar stew? Boar stew, okay. Smells music. But here, ready for y'all. And beignet, it's like a donut. It's from New Orleans. So I'll put this video on. I'm just gonna warm up some food, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes while I warm my food, and I'll just be in chat. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit, and we'll take a break. Everyone get up, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, stretch, take a walk, and we'll be back in like 20-30 minutes. Maybe a bit more. We'll see. Well,
Fearsome warriors, powerful druids, and flashy plaid clothing. That is what most people know about the ancient Celts of Europe. But today you're going to learn something new. That is what they ate and how you can make a Celtic boar and hazelnut stew. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we dine like a druid, this time on Tasting History. So typically on Tasting History, I have a recipe from history which I recreate. But unfortunately, the ancient Celts of Europe didn't leave us much of a written record, especially when it came to what they ate. Most of what we know about them actually comes from the ancient Greeks and Romans. Then there is the archaeological record, which can either refute or sometimes bolster what those Romans and Greeks were saying. So I used all of those clues, both archaeological and written, to recreate a dish that might have been eaten by the majority of Celtic tribes. And I say the majority because the Celts spanned a very long period of time and were active from Turkey to France and from Spain all the way up to the British Isles. So that said, I took most of my inspiration from dishes and ingredients that would have been available in Gaul or modern-day France pre-Roman conquest. So for this recipe, what you'll need is a half pound or 225 grams of hazelnuts with their skins removed, a half cup or 115 grams of salted butter. Butter was incredibly important in ancient Celtic societies, and it was, as Pliny the Elder said, the one thing that distinguishes the wealthy man from the lower orders. 1 pound or 450 grams of boar. Now ideally this would have been a nice piece of meat from the leg or the thigh of the boar, but unfortunately there seems to be like a boar meat shortage going on because my boar guys, and I have 2 of them, neither of them could get me actual pieces of boar. All they could get me was ground boar. So it's not going to change the flavor, but it might change the texture a little bit. Though, even if you are using an actual piece of boar, you're going to cut that up as fine as you can. 1 tablespoon of mustard seeds lightly ground, 1 to 2 cups of chopped leek, a half cup of chopped chives, 3 cups of fresh greens chopped small, 3 cups or 480 grams of wheat berries, a small bunch of sorrel, a small bunch of marjoram, and you also need about a tablespoon of salt for seasoning. And the ancient Celts were famous for their salt because as far back as 7,000 years ago, people were mining salt from the Hallstatt salt mine in Austria. And throughout the Celtic period, it was one of the chief sources of salt that they used to trade. Now, aside from salt, another thing that the Celts were famous for were their cauldrons. From everyday cooking cauldrons to fantastic silver cauldrons that are truly works of art and often thought to have magical powers. But if you don't have an enchanted cauldron laying around, then any pot will do, but you do want to make sure it's a nice big pot because this is a 1-pot meal that you're going to start by frying your hazelnuts. I crushed mine up a little bit, but you don't want to ground them up too fine because you want them there for texture. So melt half the butter in the pot over medium heat and then add the nuts and coat them in the butter, letting them toast until you can smell the nuttiness. Then add in the leeks and chives along with the rest of the butter, making sure everything gets well coated. Then let them cook down for about 5 minutes and then add in the boar with the mustard seed. And you're going to want to cook this for another 5 minutes or so, but if you are using bigger pieces of boar, then maybe let it cook for like 10 before adding in all of the greens. Stir the greens into the meat and within a couple minutes they should shrink down, and then you can add about 6 cups or 1.5 liters of water. Let the pot come to a gentle simmer and let it cook for 20 minutes until everything is nice and soft. Give it a taste and add some salt. I used about a tablespoon, but really it's to taste. Finally, mix in all of the wheat berries. Now, depending on what wheat you use, it's going to soak up liquid at different rates and in different amounts. What you're looking for is for the berries to plump up really nice and take up pretty much all of the liquid in the pot. So you might have to add a little bit more water if need be. Either way, it's going to take about 20 to 25 minutes to get there, plenty of time to check out what those ancient Romans and Greeks were saying about their Celtic neighbors. The Gauls are tall, with rippling muscles and white of skin, and their hair is blonde, and not only naturally so, but they also make it their practice by artificial means to increase the distinguishing color which nature has given it. That was the ancient Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, and he wrote extensively about the Celts, especially of Western Europe. And by that description, he seems rather impressed with the people who, at the time that he was writing, were the barbaric foes of the classical world. And I do think that he and the Greek historian and philosopher Posidonius are some of the less biased sources from that time period. So when they talk about the food and the eating habits of the Celts, we can take it a bit more seriously than some other contemporary or later writers. Like, both of them agree that when the Celts sat down to eat, they all sit not upon chairs, but upon the ground, using for cushions the skins of wolves or dogs. They sit in a circle with the most influential man in the center, whether he be the greatest in warlike skill, nobility of family, or most wealthy. Beside him sits the host, and on either side of them the others in order of distinction. They say that the serving is done mostly by the youngest people there, boys and girls, the kids of the people who are eating. And they would bring in the food and set it on low tables this far off the ground. And their food consists of a few loaves of bread and a good deal of meat brought up floating in water and roasted on the coals or on spits. And the reason that the meat is floating in water is that a common way of cooking at the time was to take meat and wrap it in either leaves or very thick grass and then put it into a cauldron filled with water and then add hot stones, like really, really hot stones that would bring the water to a simmer, slow cooking the meat. Then the meat could be taken out and finished off on either the coals or over an open flame. And once cooked, they eat their meat like lions, taking up whole joints in both their hands and gnawing them. And if there is any which they cannot easily tear away, they cut it off with a small sword which they have in a sheath in a special box. And the type of meat that they were eating really depended on where they were in Europe and, of course, the time of year. But it wasn't always game meat, especially in Gaul. Their flocks of sheep and herds of swine were so very large that they supply an abundance of salt meat, not only to Rome, but most parts of Italy. And those who live near the rivers eat fish also, as do those who live near the Mediterranean Sea or near the Atlantic Ocean. And they eat it roasted with salt and vinegar and cumin seed. But providing they weren't eating fish and it was indeed meat, the cut of meat was very important, and to whom it went. See, the cut of meat that was the choicest usually came from the thigh, and contrary to many civilizations then and later, the best cut of meat didn't necessarily go to the most powerful person, but rather the Celts reward brave warriors with the choicest portions of the meat. And should there be a disagreement on who that bravest warrior was, well, that's when the fun really began. For if anyone else laid claim to it, then the two rose up to fight till one of them was slain. And surely it wasn't always a fight to the death, or else they would run out of brave warriors rather quickly. But fighting at these Celtic feasts seems to have been quite a common pastime. It is their custom, even during the course of the meal, to seize upon any trivial matter as an occasion for intense arguments, and then to challenge one another to single combat without any regard for their lives. But fighting aside, the ancient Celts seem to have been really quite good hosts at a feast, inviting strangers to eat with them without even knowing who they were or what they wanted until after the feast. That's when that conversation would happen. And many Greek and Roman writers kind of write about that, thinking that it's kind of weird, but it seems to have been part of the etiquette of the Celts. Be hospitable and welcoming? Yes. Have the occasional fight to the death at the table? Also yes. Now, one of the aspects of table manners, I guess, of the Celts that I find kind of interesting is that in contrast with the Romans, there was really no time when it was acceptable to stuff yourself and really gorge. They looked down on that. And it wasn't because they thought they would look greedy or anything. It was because they didn't want to put on weight. Strabo said they endeavor not to grow fat or pot-bellied, and any young man who exceeds the standard measure of the girdle is punished. The Celts seem to have been really big into body image because both the Romans and the Greeks often lauded them on how clean and presentable they were, talking about the way that they made and used soap, which some have suggested was introduced to the Romans by the Celts. They were also said to take very good care of their clothing, which was often plaid, as well as their hair, which Diodorus mentioned was blonde, but that they would dye it to make it even more blonde. They are always washing their hair in lime water, and they pull it back from the forehead to the top of the head and back to the nape of the neck, with the result that their appearance is like that of satyrs and pans, since the treatment of their hair makes it so heavy and coarse that it differs in no respect from the mane of horses. So just like so many who have dyed their hair blonde once too often, it looked a little dry and fried. But at least they pulled it back to keep it out of the food when they were eating. The same thing could not be said of their facial hair. Some of them shaved the beard, but others let it grow a little. And the nobles shave their cheeks, but let their mustache grow until it covers the mouth. Consequently, when they are eating, their mustaches become entangled in the food. And when they are drinking, the beverage passes, as it were, through a kind of strainer. Though for every ancient historian who talks about how clean and put together they were, there's another historian or five who talk about how they were filthy barbarians. So take that for what you will. Now, for all the foods that they did have available to them, there were two very important things that they did not have, and two things that both the Greeks and the Romans held in very high regard. The Gauls at the time knew no knowledge either of wine made from grapes or of oil such as is produced by our olive trees. Now, exactly what time this is that he's referring to, I'm not sure, because in Gaul, while the olive oil never really took off before the Romans came, over 10,000 amphorae of wine dating from before the Roman conquest have been found. So at some point, possibly as far back as the 7th century BC, wine was making its way into Gaul. But it was very, very expensive and was definitely a drink for the wealthy. But to the horror of many of the Romans and Greeks, they say that the Celts would drink this wine unmixed or undiluted with water, though they would sometimes add cumin to it, which kind of something I actually want to try. And while this wine, cumined or non-cumined, was for the wealthy, at least before the Romans arrived, Diodorus says that those who did drink it were addicted to the stuff and would drink it to the point of passing out or even madness. Consequently, many of the Italian traders, induced by the love of money which characterizes them, believe that the love of wine of these Gauls is their own godsend. For they transport the wine by means of boats and on wagons, and receive for it an incredible price. For in exchange for a jar of wine, they receive a slave, getting a servant in return for the drink. But most people couldn't afford that, so they had to make their own liquors, one of which was mead made from honey. And I think it's really interesting how, I'm pretty sure, referring to mead, Diodorus says they drink the water with which they cleanse their honeycombs. Now, could he just be saying that they drank honey-flavored water? Maybe, but I think that he is talking about mead. But rather than it being a mead that was purposefully created by putting honey and water together and letting it ferment like it would be done later in history, and as I did in my video on mead, this was made simply by washing out honeycombs, and then the water that then had honey in it would ferment and become like accidental mead. I think that's really cool. But much more famous than their mead, the Celts were known for drinking a foul-smelling liquor made from barley rotted in water. That would be beer, and it could be made with all sorts of different grains and flavored with honey or different botanicals, and was drunk mostly by the poorer classes, and the Romans and Greeks alike found it pretty repugnant. But its byproduct was quite useful, according to Pliny the Elder. When the grain of Gaul and Spain is steeped to make beer, the foam that forms on the surface in the process is used for leavening, a consequence of which those races have a lighter kind of bread than others. And throughout the Middle Ages and up to the early 20th century, far more popular in making leavened bread and yeast than using sourdough was to use ale barm, which is the yeast that is left over after making ale or beer. So maybe the Celts were onto something. And when they drank this beer, at least in groups, they did so rather politely. They all drink it out of the same cup in small draughts, not taking more than a sip at a time. But they take frequent draughts. So perhaps I should take some small but frequent draughts of beer as I eat this boar and hazelnut stew, which should be about ready. And here we are, a boar and hazelnut stew as enjoyed by the ancient Celts of Europe. Here we go. That is hearty. Eating this is going to give your mandible a workout. It is hearty. That just there's so much in there, and it's so compact because we let the water kind of soak into everything that the texture is just hearty, but not in a bad way. I mean, it's nice. It's filling. I think that a very small amount will go a very long way. What is nice is that, so the meat and the wheat and the greens, they've all really softened, but the hazelnuts have kept a little bit of that crunch, which is nice when you get one of those. So that's why I wouldn't break them up too small, because you want that texture in there. Otherwise, it kind of has the texture of like oatmeal or something like that. As far as flavor goes, it definitely, you could play with all the different ingredients to kind of make certain flavors jump out. For me, I'm getting a lot of the herbs, the sorrel and the marjoram, and that's what I wanted personally. So even though it's really, really hearty, you get this kind of light herbaceous flavor, and then you get the hazelnuts and everything else is in there as well. But that's kind of the dominant flavor when you first bite into it. So that's the cool thing about a recipe like this, is that you can tweak all of the ingredients to make it your own and make certain flavors more dominant than others. And you can make it a little bit differently each time that you prepare the dish. Now, for my version, I'm going to be putting that recipe up on my forthcoming website that I'm making with help from Squarespace, our sponsor today. Building a website with Squarespace is no way to try.
These things have gotten too, okay, lock, align. What am I doing wrong? Ooh, sorry. I think I just didn't hit power. Okay, it's fine. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna, there we go. I got it. Hi everyone, I'm Claire Saffitz. I'm here in the NYT Cooking Studio with another episode of Try This at Home. Today I'm making a recipe for classic cinnamon rolls. These to me are my ideal cinnamon roll. They have a defined swirl, delicious cream cheese icing on top, and this to me is a recipe that should be sort of in everybody's back pocket. It's not super technical, so it's friendly even for sort of non-bakers or beginners, and there's not a single person that will not love one of these cinnamon rolls. I think cinnamon rolls are part of almost everybody's cooking lexicon. It's something that people start making out of the can. Hopefully this will help people graduate into homemade, because I think the point of this recipe is that these are superior in texture, flavor, and have that really classic look. It's just really fun, and I think it's going to be better than, I don't want to say every cinnamon roll you've ever eaten, but they're really, really good.
Hi everyone. I'm taking a lunch break right now, but I just wanted to say hi since I was actually here. But hi Vixie, thank you so much for the raid. Went to the Spider Zone, all you got is spreads and egg. Oh, you went to Deepness. I hate Deepness. Deepness is straight up my least favorite area. Even though there are other areas that you could argue are scarier, nothing beat the first time I went into Deepness. I was like, damn, this sucks. But hi everyone, hi, my name is Kaja. I'm a mad scientist dragon VTuber. I spend my time reanimating other VTubers, and today I'm doing a LIVE2D tutorial stream. I'm taking my lunch break right now. Went to the Beast Den and killed that fucker. Nas? Or Houston? Are you talking about the MILF? The Dreamer, the MILF, yeah, okay. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna be at lunch break just a little bit longer, so enjoy watching Claire Saffitz make cinnamon rolls with me. But I just wanted to say hi and thank you, Vixie, for the raid. But we're gonna stay in BRB for just a bit longer.
So the first step in the process, obviously, is to make the dough. With any kind of breakfast baking, especially if it's yeasted, I always think it's nice to be able to set it up the night before so that you can bake in the morning without having to spend several hours of prep. So this dough is designed to be made the night before, and then you're gonna chill it overnight. It also benefits the dough to have that nice, long, cold rest. It improves flavor, it improves texture, and it also makes the dough just easier to handle. The first thing I'm gonna do is kind of an old-fashioned step called scalding. And what scalding does is it actually denatures some of the proteins in the milk, and it's those proteins that will inhibit gluten production as I'm mixing the dough. So this basically helps the dough to develop faster, more effectively, and that's gonna lead to improved texture in the dough. I feel like a lot of times with cinnamon buns, anything where you have a kind of yeasted sweet dough, they tend to be more crumbly and a little bit drier than I want them to be. So all of these little steps that you're gonna see me do for the dough are like in service of improving that texture. So when you're scalding, you don't wanna let it come to a boil. And milk is one of those things where if you have it under high heat, it can boil like really quickly and then boil up and out and then you make a mess. So keep an eye on it. There's a lot of visual cues for when you're at that point just under boiling. You'll see the little ring of bubbles, the kind of rippling under the surface. We're gonna hold it at that temperature for about a minute. And now I'm gonna measure out 1/3 of a cup of the hot milk. So just right into my measuring cup. You can see it's steaming. That's another good sign. I have the dough hook on here. I know that a stand mixer is a big, pretty expensive piece of equipment, but for a dough like this, where we're going for full gluten development, it's just the best tool for the job. So I have my saucepan here with the remaining 2/3 cup milk. It's still off the heat. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a portion of the total flour in the recipe. So this is 1/4 cup. I'm going to add this to the milk, and I'm gonna make this roux-like mixture where I'm gonna cook the flour, and it's gonna do this step called pre-gelatinization of the starches. And when that gets added to the dough, it really increases the ability of the dough to hold onto moisture. I think this is kind of the most important step in developing this dough that's gonna stay really soft. So you wanna whisk really vigorously to work out any lumps, but if there are lumps, it's not a big deal because it's the action of the stand mixer that will help smooth everything out. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this back onto medium heat. And I just wanna cook this mixture, whisking constantly, and if you can, try to get into the crevices of the saucepan so that nothing scorches. And you can see it's already quite thick. You can see that all of the starches in the flour are kind of really thickening the mixture. And there's not like a super defined endpoint. You're just cooking it until the mixture is really, really thick and pasty. And the descriptor that I give is that it looks like basically like smooth mashed potatoes. It kind of holds its shape off the end of the whisk there. So it's this nice, thick, kind of pasty mixture. And now I'm also gonna scrape this into my stand mixer. So now we have our hot milk and our hot roux mixture in here. The problem with that is I actually wanna start with a cool mixture, and that's because a dough of this style, kind of similar to brioche, requires a really long, intensive mixing period. And that mixing is gonna generate friction, and it's gonna warm up the dough, and we don't want that to happen. So I had to cool this down. To this, I'm going to add 1/4 cup of ice cold water. And I'm adding water not only to cool it down, but I think that the addition of water really does help with gluten development. If the only liquid in the recipe is milk and eggs, you just have a harder time reaching that full gluten development stage. Then I have 3 eggs cold from the fridge. You're probably used to seeing recipes say like room temperature eggs. Like in a cake recipe, really important, but here I actually want them cold. So I'm gonna crack my 3 eggs in here as well. Then I'm just gonna give all of this a whisk. It doesn't have to be smooth. I just wanna get it all incorporated so that the temperature sort of equalizes. The next step is to actually go ahead and feel the side of your bowl. It might either be cool, like room temperature, or a little bit warm to the touch. So this bowl is a little bit warm. So I'm actually going to chill this briefly, probably just 5 to 10 minutes in the fridge, just so I can get that last bit of warmth out of the mixture. And I know I'm starting with something that's at the very least room temp. So I'm gonna chill this briefly, and then we'll come back and mix everything. Okay, I'm gonna grab the bowl. And the next step is to mix. So I'm going to add my flour. I'm using all-purpose flour. You might find recipes that call for bread flour. I want that balance between light and bready. And so I think all-purpose has enough protein content that you're still gonna get that good gluten development. I just don't want it to be too bready. So all-purpose is a good choice here. So I'm gonna add this to the bowl. I'm also gonna add my yeast. So I'm adding a teaspoon of active dry yeast. I usually call for active dry because it's so widely available. Dedicated bakers tend to use instant a lot more. It tends to be a little bit more reliable. Use whatever you're comfortable with. Either way, a teaspoon is good. And if you have made a lot of yeasted recipes before, you might recall that you have to do a step called proofing the yeast, which is where you dissolve it in some more water. Often there's like a little bit of sugar added so that you can start to see some activity in the yeast. This is a step that I basically largely skip now unless I'm really unsure about the quality of the yeast. It's just not necessary. With active dry yeast and this much mixing, It's going to get dissolved, it's gonna get incorporated, and I actually don't want it to be too active from the start. I'm gonna continue to mix until basically all of the flour is incorporated. So I'm just gonna mix for a few minutes, and low speed is really important. It's not only better for the mixer, because sometimes it can strain if you like increase that speed against the dough, but it's also better for the development of the dough itself. Okay, so this has come together. All I want to accomplish at this stage is to have the liquid completely absorbed, all of the flour hydrated. And now I'm going to actually cover the bowl and let this just sit for 5 minutes. So this mixing process actually occurs in 3 stages. So that's the first. We're gonna come back for the second stage and add our sugar and our salt, and then the third stage is butter. Okay, so after a 5-minute rest, we can uncover it, and now I'm going to add my salt and my sugar. The reason I didn't add these from the beginning is that both of these things can inhibit gluten development. So I wanted a chance for the flour to absorb all the liquid and really hydrate to sort of kickstart that gluten development before I added these. And you're gonna see a pretty dramatic transformation in the texture. So I'm gonna add my salt and my sugar. And now I'm going to turn this on low-ish speed. We're gonna mix this until the dough is smooth, elastic, kind of pulling away from the sides of the bowl. And what I love about this is that it still bakes up really tender and light, but it still has that breadiness that we want. And gluten development isn't about making something tough or chewy in this case, it's about making something that is going to effectively trap all the gas produced by the yeast so that they bake up super light. So it might seem a little counterintuitive that we're developing a dough this much, but it's actually gonna help make it lighter. So this has been mixing actually closer to 20 minutes because we got lots of conversation during the break, but I'll show you what it looks like. The texture has really smoothed out, and more than anything, it's super elastic. So that's really what you want. So if I were to take the hook off, you can see that it has this really nice elasticity. See how it's not breaking when it stretches down the hook. So that's a really nice kind of endpoint for this stage of mixing. First, I'm just gonna scrape everything.
We're back. I kind of want to keep watching that video, so I might put her in. Oh, perfect. She's right here. Tiny squid. I don't know. I'm going to take a break. And I'm just going to make some folders for the parameters. It'll take me a minute, but I like having my stuff. And it's good to have stuff organized.
If you don't have a bowl scraper, you can just use a flexible spatula, but I really do recommend them. They're so handy and very inexpensive. So now for the final mixing stage, we're gonna add the butter. But I don't wanna add it all at once. I wanna incorporate it little by little so that the dough has a chance to absorb it and it kind of emulsifies in. So I have 1 stick of butter here cut into pieces. And it is, I would say, cool room temperature. So that's really important. Again, this dough has been mixing for so long. All of that friction does cause it to warm up. If we were adding like,
I'm also deleting some of the default
it'll just kind of melt.
parameters that they
Put the mixer
include.
back on low and just add the butter a piece at a time. I like to kind of throw it into the bottom of the bowl. And go ahead and let it completely incorporate before you add the next piece. Don't rush this stage.
Made a really messy omelet.
Especially if your
Still
butter is a
eggs, still
little bit on the
good.
lower side, the dough might like break into pieces. If like a little bit breaks off and then it gets coated in the butter and then it doesn't quite incorporate back into the like central mass, that's fine. Just keep mixing, it will eventually absorb. So you can add more. If your butter is so cold that it breaks apart when you smush it, it's a little too cold. So let it sit at room temp, but I would say that if you pulled your butter out at that sort of beginning phase of mixing, so it's sitting out during the rest and then the 20-minute mix, you're probably in good shape. You just want to go until everything's totally absorbed. I might probably scrape down the sides a little bit, but we're almost done. So I have a bowl here, a separate large bowl. You could just use the same mixing bowl and like take the dough out, clean it, butter it, but I'm gonna butter this bowl separately. This guy, just gonna keep my hand right here. We've given this mixer a workout. I have my hand on it.
Sorry, Gordon Raisin. Taste equals taste over presentation today. So true.
There is. That's not good. But that is again
if it tastes good.
This mixer can very easily handle this amount of dough on low speed. It's when you start to increase it that either it starts to smoke or the whole thing. I've also had a mixer walk off the counter. That was also okay. So I think I'm gonna give it a scrape. The butter looks pretty incorporated, which I think we're good. We're good to transfer it. So I'm gonna scrape this out onto my work surface. I just wanna gather this into a ball, and that's gonna be better for the dough as it rises. It's not sticky. There's sort of a tackiness to it. And you can see that at this temperature and at this stage in the process, it would be pretty hard to roll this out and fill it. So that's why that chilling is really useful. Again, not only does it improve flavor and texture, it also just makes the dough a lot easier to handle. So it firms it up. All that butter that's in there that's now kind of soft is gonna also firm up and make it just much easier to roll out and fill. I'm gonna put it into my greased bowl. So we're gonna let this rise now at room temperature before we put it in the fridge. But we're only gonna let it rise until it's about 50% larger. If you've made recipes with active dry yeast before, you'll very often see like doubled in size. We don't actually want to go that far because when we put it into the fridge, it's going to continue its rise. So we're just going to let it hang out at room temperature. The yeast is going to start to like generate gas and kind of feed on everything, and this is sort of that fermentation phase. And then after about an hour, hour and a half, depending on the temperature of your kitchen, it'll be 50% expanded in size, and then it goes into the fridge overnight. So it's day 2. Now I'm gonna make the filling. And the secret ingredient in the filling are Biscoff cookies. I love the idea of incorporating an ingredient that has a lot of substance to it and has like mass and volume, rather than just filling it with sugar to get that like really defined kind of dark swirl. And of course, Biscoff cookies are like so delicious. It's like what you get on a Delta flight. They're like spicy and have cinnamon in them, and it's just like a flavor that I really want in my cinnamon roll. So I'm gonna start by pulverizing the cookies in my food. You could do this by hand. Basically like put the cookies into a plastic bag, press out the air, seal it, and bash them with a rolling pin. That's fine. The food processor is so fast and it does it so evenly, so I do kind of prefer it. I like using demerara sugar a lot because you get some of the sort of like caramelly flavor of brown sugar, but you still get the more granular texture.
The deformer brush is really good for the hair, because with the hair you're trying to get an organic shape anyway. But
again, it's not really over.
Still be careful.
Salt is there to kind of
it's very easy to just get like really scrunkled and like
of ground cinnamon.
It's really hard to recover when it's like that.
From the grocery store that's been sitting in your pantry for 3 years, it's probably time to get a new jar. You just want it to be fresh so you get that really kind of intense cinnamon flavor. Okay, I don't think it's gonna work. Nope, I knew it. What the hell is wrong with this thing?
She cursed.
Oh, sorry. I think I just didn't hit power. Okay, it's fine. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna, there we go. I got it. Even with my one at home, I'm like, it's never aligned right. So I'm just pulsing this. What you don't want to do is turn it into cookie butter. So you don't want to go to the point where it starts to get kind of wet. At the same time, you want it finely ground enough that you're not getting like big distinctive pieces of the cookie, which you would then be able to discern in the final recipe. Okay, so that looks good. Let's take a look. So here I have this really nice, uniform, finely ground mixture. And once I mix it with the butter and it goes into the buns, it really kind of disappears and you get this cohesive kind of filling. And now I'm gonna add my butter. So I have 12 tablespoons or a stick and a half of unsalted butter. And this is very room temperature. In this case, you want this to be nice and spreadable because I wanna incorporate it into my cinnamon mixture. So I'm gonna add that. And then just using a flexible spatula, kind of mash them together. When it's all well mixed, you'll have this smooth, spreadable paste.
Oh, that's good.
So this is my filling. I'm gonna set that aside, kind of clear off my work surface, get a little bit of flour for rolling out, and I'm gonna grab the dough. So before I grab my dough out of the fridge, I do want to prep the pan and butter a piece of foil. And that's just because I want the dough to be as cold as possible when I go to roll it out. I don't want it to warm up as I'm prepping for the rest of the recipe. So I have a 13 by 9 pan here. Most 13 by 9 pans that I think people have at home are probably glass. I would suggest investing in an aluminum pan. Metal is just a better conductor. It helps you get more even baking. And I think for cinnamon rolls, it's especially important because in glass, you tend to get some over baking where like the sides and the bottom will dry out a little bit before the center is done. So metal is really preferred. I have some room temp butter here. Butter the bottom and sides. Now I have a piece of parchment paper. The width of the parchment is the same length as the pan. So I'm going to use this to line the bottom and the two longer sides. So I'm just going to press that into the bottom of the pan. And I always really like to smooth it in and eliminate any air bubbles. And then I'm just going to butter the parchment. Okay, so our pan is done. I'm going to set this aside. And now I'm going to butter a piece of foil. So go ahead and tear off a piece of foil big enough to cover your entire pan. And then you're going to go ahead and butter it just like a surface area that is about the same size as the pan. This is because we're going to bake them covered for half of the bake time. And I don't want the tops of the buns, if they touch the foil, to stick. You don't have to be too generous about it, but that looks pretty good. And now I have a little bit of bench flour here. I have a rolling pin. I have a small offset spatula. This is going to be for spreading my filling. And then importantly, I have, this is actually fishing line. You could use unflavored dental floss. You could use baker's twine. So the point is that you want a really thin, kind of sturdy piece of string, because that's what we're going to use to cut the buns. And it makes just like the most perfect even spiral. I'm all set. I'm going to grab my dough from the fridge, and I'm going to show you how to roll it out and form the buns. So here's the dough. This is even chilling. This was made yesterday. It has this beautiful dome. It has grown quite a bit. And when it went into the fridge, it was just about 50% expanded in size. And you can see that as it chilled, it continued to rise. And that's because the inside of the dough sort of holds onto that heat, and yeast sort of fermentation slows down at fridge temp. But in that period where the dough is cooling down, it's still kind of continuing to grow. It's filled with air, so it's kind of puffy, but it's also like nice and firm because it's cold. So I'm going to roll this out. And the first thing I'm going to do, just with my hands, is to kind of press it out and begin to work it into a rectangular shape, because the dough was in kind of a sphere, and that means that the gluten was kind of oriented in this more like round kind of matrix, and I want to get it into something more rectangular. And when I'm doing this, I'm also sort of forcing out some of that gas that built up. And that's what you want to do when you're using active dry yeast, because you want that yeast to sort of come into contact with like new food sources, so that when it goes for the second rise, it gets nice and puffy and active. So whenever I'm working dough into a rectangle, I tend to really like tug on the four corners to try to exaggerate those, because as you roll it out, it does want to round a little bit. So especially if you're in a warm kitchen, you want to try to work with like some focus here, because you don't want the dough to warm up too much. So I'm going to go into my rolling pin, and I'm going to start working this into a rectangle, and I'm going to roll it out into something that's like almost a 1/4 inch thick, sort of between 1/4 and 3/8. Anything around there is good. And the dimensions are not like super exact, but it's going to be something around 12 or 13 wide and 20 inches long. I mean, this is not a particularly sticky dough, especially when it's cold, but you do want to make sure that you're dusting it with adequate flour to prevent sticking. So I like giving it kind of a turn here and there. You just don't want to do too much flour. So if you have excess flour, go ahead and wipe that away. You can see it rolls out so beautifully. It's just really smooth, and it's because we developed all of that gluten that the dough is not really even springing back. Again, part of the reason why we gave it a nice long cold rest. Is there a ruler? Is there one in here? Oh, I got it. Okay, ruler, amazing, thank you. I was making something last night at home, and I used a ruler, and I was thinking that I should write a book called Baking with a Ruler, because I use a ruler a lot. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and fill the dough. So I have my filling here, and I'm just gonna kind of dollop it across the dough. And then I'm gonna go in with my small offset spatula and spread it around into an even layer. So I'm gonna leave a little bit of a clean border along the 3 sides, but I can go right to the edge.
I actually want to pause this video real quick. Excuse me, because I'm going to do a trick that I think will be very neat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually move the ears in front of the head. Because right now I have them behind the head. I want them to actually move them in front. So they're gonna be like that now. Now what I want to do is I'm going to grab the head color layer and I'm going to copy and paste it. And I'm going to name this ear mask. I'm going to rename the ID ear mask too. I'm going to take the ear parts. I'm going to make them an inverse mask to the ear mask. So put the clipping ID to the ear mask and an inverse mask so that they don't show up where the ear mask is. And when I do that, you might be thinking, well, isn't that the same as just putting it behind the head? If you're just going to make a copy of the head and then inverse mask it? Well, no, because you see what I'm going to do is on the angle X parameter, I'm going to put this mask on the X parameter. And when I turn the head this way, I'm going to squish this version of the head color up this way so that when they turn their head this way, the ears will show up. I have to actually move the ears, but basically this is a method that makes it so that the ear, and I'm actually going to do something similar with the hair. Actually, let me do the hair first because the hair is actually rigged. So I think you can see it even more when you do with the hair. So I'm going to make another copy of head color. I'm going to call this hair mask. And because it's still in the deformer and everything, the mask still moves with the head. So it is really just a pure copy at that point. I'm going to take these pieces of hair in the front, make them an inverse mask for the hair mask. And then I'm going to take the hair mask. You're squishing the ear mask, yes. I'm not doing anything with the original hair print. Another important thing that I almost forgot, I'm going to turn the opacity for all mask layers that I use. I turn the opacity down to 0 because I'm not actually trying to show them. I'm just trying to make it so that other things don't show up according to them. So for the hair mask, I'm going to add the parameter. I'm going to add it to the angle X parameter, and then I'm going to squish it so that on the default pose, it's skinnier than the head, but when they turn, and I'm going to squish it up this way for this angle. I'm going to have to tweak it a little bit because it's not exactly thin. This is one of the reasons why I love inverse masks. It's because you can do stuff like this. And so, when you turn, this part of the hair goes behind the head. You see? right here. And it's in front of the head here. And then when it turns this way, it goes behind because the mask is hiding it. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other end. I'm gonna squish. Oh, actually, sorry, I just have a better way of doing this. So I'm gonna redo it real quick. I love inverse masks. Inverse masks saved my marriage. They're so useful. And then I'm going to do this. So now I'm gonna shrink this part. There, and then that's a perfect match, and I don't even have to tweak that. And then I can do the same for this side. And then it doesn't show up this side. Again, that's one of those things that I consider kind of an advanced technique. So if you get it, awesome. Take full advantage of this technique. If you find yourself a little confused, don't worry about it. Because there's nothing wrong with having the hair in front of the head at the whole time. But it can give your model some dimension for having it hide behind the hair. I just realized I forgot to make a hairline. That's okay, because that's like a perfect example of re-exporting something. Okay, I'll do that. So, yeah, there is another way to do this where you can change the draw order based on a keyframe. But I don't like this that much because it tends to affect other things. So like, for example, if I have this hairpiece and I want to say, oh, at like about here, I want you to go behind the head. So I'm going to turn the draw order down. Well, then when I turn the drawer down, it ends up being behind the ear and behind the hoodie because those are all on draw order 500. And now this is on draw order 499. I prefer, for things like that, I prefer the mask because the mask is better at only changing when you want it to. There are some, oh, sorry, I'm crying. There are some scenarios where being able to change the drawer is really useful. Like I can show you, for example, for this model. She has a really big fluffy dress. When she turns, this arm goes in front of the dress. And at first, I tried making it a mask, but it was having too much issues moving in and out of the way, where there were like parts of the skirt that were cut out where the arm wasn't. So this is actually, I do actually change the draw order here. So as you see, this glove, well, maybe you can't see because it's kind of small, but if I zoom in and I show you the draw order of this arm is 501 because it's above the skirt. The streamer is so passionate and emotional about inverted masks. It is literally. I literally made a meme about inverted masks before. Let me see if I can find it because I love inverse masks. They're so useful. Where is my inverse mask meme? Do I have to save? I might not have it saved. It might be only available in my Twitter. But inverse masks are so useful. I hate draw orders. I hate editing draw orders. They're my loathed enemy. And inverse masks are my beloved friend. Where is it? It's not even a funny meme, but it just goes to show that this is not the first time that I've gone on a rant of how much I love inverse math, because I love inverse math. Oh, I'm scrolling so fast. No, here it is. This one, I love it. Always goes like this. I love inverse math. It never ever goes like this. I hate you draw orders. Sucks. Hate draw orders. Oh, I didn't really. I keep forgetting that you can see me changing tabs, so you actually saw me scrolling through my Twitter. But I love making memes for people that only I will laugh at because I'm so insane about LIVE2D. But it actually worked really well for this model, editing the draw orders. But typically, I will prefer to use inverse math. You see, it slides up behind you. So useful. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that real quick because that's a very huge, helpful tip. But it's definitely one of those things that it's like, if it's confusing you, don't worry about it too much. Because, for example, if I just did this and didn't have it and just had the hair in front of it, that would look fine. It doesn't look bad or anything. But having it hide behind the head on the extreme angles, it just gives that extra little bit of depth, you know what I mean? So sometimes I wish Twitter had a search bar for profiles so you can look up people. It like kind of does, but it doesn't work very well. And it's like not like an actual search bar for the blog, for the Twitter. You have to like
it's not a difficult
search using keywords.
Soft, and actually the little bits of cookie are almost like little ball bearings. It's like they do glide pretty easily. So it might seem like you don't have enough, but just keep spreading. You should be good.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to have a little rant. But most of what I'm doing is just
long edge closest to me. I think it's easier to kind of roll
continuing on.
I'm just gonna start.
So I haven't been talking much.
What I do, especially if during that spreading process I feel like the dough has contracted a little bit, I'll give it like a little tug toward myself before I fold it over. I think it just helps to kind of start to build a little bit of tension in the roll.
I have such big ears to get a lot of
if you roll it too tightly, sometimes
perspective.
You get, like, filling leaking out. But if you roll it too loose, then you just don't get a roll that's as well formed. And
see here, because of the ear mask, it now goes over this part of the head. But then when you this way, it's behind it.
Okay, so once you get to the end, you're gonna let it rest on that seam. So it's gonna rest.
You can see the mask seems like it can be useful for some ears and even dangling ears. They're very useful.
So if it's feeling a little bit soft at this stage and it's becoming hard to handle, you're gonna want to chill.
Like speaking of dangling ears, I do think I use them for this model.
That parchment onto a rib baking sheet and just throw it in the fridge or even the
freezer. Yeah, see.
Fit it for like
how it goes in behind her head here.
It still feels cool to the touch, so I think.
But then it's in front of her head here.
So what I like to do is
there's a mask for this.
Lengthen it out a little bit, make it a little bit longer, so that I'm evening out the thickness, and that just means I'm going to cut buns.
I love how dangly her ears are.
First thing I do is just trim off the ends.
Stimming, I'm stimming, I'm stimming.
About a ½ inch in or so. Bring the ends together and cut. I'm going to do that here as well. Here's the part where it's like not super precise because I want to cut 15 buns because I think that's really the right number to fit into my 13 by 9 pan in a 3 by 5 grid. So it's a little bit hard. Like 16 is a lot easier to cut than 15 because you can just go in half, in half, in half, and then in half again to do the math. With 15, it's a little trickier because it's an odd number, but my best recommendation is to divide it into thirds and then cut each third into 5.
That's good to know, because if I were to work my own, they most likely have bearings. Yes,
kind of help
you can
mark
do
it
the
out.
exact same thing
I'm just
that
kind of eyeball.
I did.
So I'm going to cut.
Masks were
Same
very
on this
useful.
side.
I'm a huge mask fan.
Now each one of these into fifths. So for the fifths, I really do like to kind of mark out where I'm going to cut.
But yeah,
So
I'm actually going to put a pause again. But I'm actually going to go back to my PSD because I realized I don't have a hairline layer, which I usually like to add. But this will be a great time to showcase re-exporting a model. So what I'm going to do is, oh, sorry, can't see behind. I'm going to select this. I'm going to make a layer because I made this in Clip Studio and this is size, so it's not going to be exactly right. Let me make a new layer. So it's not going to be perfectly symmetrical, and I'm doing it with my mouse, but I don't want to open up Clip Studio. Oh, you love masks, you say? That's why you love Dorito. Oh, one of the reasons. So, I'm going to make a layer that I'm going to... Why is this so perfect? There we go. I'm going to make a layer. I'm only doing half because I'm just going to copy and flip it so it's closer to being symmetrical. I'm going to clip it to the head. It's going to be a hairline layer. And that's going to prevent this little bit of head peeking out from over there. I normally make this cleaner, but I am doing this with time. One sec. Stretching my wrist because I literally just felt my wrist twinge. I'm just like, ugh. My wrist needs to last me for today and tomorrow because I want to finish this model launching. Okay, I'm going to take this. So I made a new layer. I'm actually going to just take this I'm going to make another canvas. And I'm going to, if I did the whole thing, copy. I'm going to just have this layer. Yes. Sorry, I was thinking for a sec. This should work, right? Just making sure this layer, it should be transparent. Okay. Alright, so it's transparent. I'm going to export this as a PSD. Called hairline. And then I'm going to go to LIVE2D. Get my PSD. You have to make sure it's the same dimensions as the original image though. or else it won't perfectly overlay. And I mean, you could just move it to line up, but it's easier if it just is in place the first time. Hairline. So now I'm going to click Helix Jammies, add all layers as new art mesh. Okay, now it's going to, it always includes a background file even if you delete it. That's just how it is. So now I have this new layer. I'm going to, first I'm going to generate an art mesh. Then I'm going to put it down with the hair front. And I'm going to clip it to the head. Where's my head color and head? And I'm also going to put it in the former head XY. Alright, I need to tweak it because you can see it. Because I made it so sloppily. But I can do that in LIVE2D. Oh, I might need to, yeah, I need to give it its own deformer. Putting it in head is not working. Which, that happens sometimes, where you think, oh, just put it in this one same deformer, and it's like, no, it actually needs its own deformer. So, put it here. Hide it here. Extend this. And I need it to, I'm going to put it with head paste actually, because I want the ear to show up over it. So putting it over the head. Yeah, okay. That should work. Oh, it's all. What? Okay, and now I just have to squish it in place. Alrighty, video back on.
Is that I'm not compressing or flattening the roll at all. I'm getting a cut that is like perfectly preserving that spiral, which looks so good. As I cut, I'm gonna one by one place them inside my pan. Again, working in a 3x5 grid. You can see the spiral looks so good. Everything looks so good. I would say they're mostly equal in size. Some are a little bit smaller, some are a little bit taller, but that's okay. What happens as they bake is that they kind of like touch each other and encourage each other to rise up and get really nice and puffy. I'm going to cover them buttered side down, obviously. These are going to now rise at room temperature. This is their second rise. And I want them to go until they are almost, but not quite doubled in size. So we want really like puffy, fluffy, light cinnamon rolls. If I were to let them fully double in size at room temp before baking, what ends up happening is they actually kind of go a little bit too far and start to lose volume in the oven. And that's when you get the gaps between the spiral. And I don't
One
want that.
problem with
a nice full
clipping is that very often it leaves a line, so I'm like thinking of the best way to resolve that.
The buns have been proofing for about 45 minutes. I should mention that my oven is preheated to 350, and we can just sort of peek under the foil. They look so good. They've definitely puffed up. They are starting to kind of touch like at all points. And I want to just kind of show you a good test to know if your dough is proofed. You can give it a little poke, and you want to look
I could make
that
another
it
mask.
slowly, but holds a little bit of an indentation from your finger. So that's basically an indication that it has like a nice amount of gas in there, and the dough is also pretty relaxed. Another good tip, by the way, take a picture with your phone, and then you have a record of what they looked like when they first went into the pan, and then you can do like a side-by-side comparison. Okay, so these are ready to go.
I'm gonna rename this also hairline.
It back over, and this time I'm going to seal it pretty tightly. That is going to help them achieve what we call maximum oven spring, so like getting that last bit of rise as they go into the oven. All the gases kind of expand as they heat up, and it's also going to trap steam, so it's going to keep them really moist. There won't be a lot of moisture loss in the beginning of baking. Make sure you're going buttered side down on the foil again. Now into the oven at 350, and I'm gonna set my timer for 15 minutes, and then at the 15-minute mark, I'm gonna remove the foil. This is a cream cheese icing. I just feel like the buns, there's not that much sugar in it. There's a half cup in the filling, only a quarter cup in the dough itself. And I think it really welcomes this added sweetness from this cream cheese icing.
Yeah, there we go.
I just think there is not a single, is there like any
no line
the baking realm that is loved more than cream cheese frosting or icing? I don't think so. And I'm going to use a flexible spatula just to work this together and get all of that sugar incorporated. And what happens is the sugar is going to kind of draw out a lot of the moisture in the cream cheese and thin out the consistency a little bit. So it'll become a lot looser. You could absolutely do this in the stand mixer with the paddle. There's just an ease, I think, of just kind of doing it all in one bowl without the mixer. Starting with that room temperature cream cheese means that all this comes together really easily. Okay, so I have this smooth mixture, and now I'm gonna add 6 tablespoons of room temperature butter. And then same thing, I'm just gonna work this in with my spatula. It blends super easily. So once you have the butter pretty well incorporated, I'm actually now gonna switch to my whisk because I wanna fluff it up a little bit and incorporate a little bit of air, lighten it up. I'm just gonna whisk it until it's thickened a little bit, it's paled a little bit, so it's lighter. Okay, anyway, this is my frosting now. This is all set. It comes together really, really easily. And I'm just gonna set this aside. We need to wait until our cinnamon rolls are cooled, but looks pretty good.
Wondering if I'm gonna do the same
so good. That's a really good
flippy thing.
Baking is that your whole kitchen smells like a Cinnabon. They look great. I don't really want more color on them than what I have, just kind of a light golden brown as well, because I don't want them to dry out too much. And we're gonna cover them with icing anyway. We do need to let them cool. This part's kind of hard.
Yeah, they're
let them cool off, but they look and smell so good.
So to do, you see how with my current model, how when I turn this way, my hoagie like flips to the other way because it's a stupid little unidirectional thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a keyframe, an additional keyframe than the normal 3, pretty close to where the head starts to turn to the right. I'm gonna put another one, like around here. And then I'm gonna put another one immediately after. I'm going to flip like this. And then on this end, I have this one. So basically it's gonna flip around. Now I'm going to right click and go to adjust. And I'm gonna make these 2 numbers So these two numbers, the 7 and the 7.7, I'm going to make them closer together so that the change is even more instantaneous. So they're like basically on top of each other. And then it just flips over. Like a little cartoon. Yeah, that's the thing about Live2D is that it wants to interpolate. Like it does not want to do frame animation. So when you want something to move like on a snap, like a frame would, you have to basically just have two versions set on top of each other so small that there's like basically no way to see the transition. Because there technically is a transition, because technically what it's doing is it's going like this. That's technically what it's doing. But it's happening so fast that it seems instantaneous, and it seems like it's just flipping over. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting that I'm not supposed to use my numpad because that's what I typically use when I'm changing numbers. But yeah, that's for cartoony things like that. That is typically how I do it. But for the most part, you're going to want, like, if you are in Live2D and you want like snappy information, like, or snappy animation, like, you may possibly just be in the wrong program. Because it wants to interpolate, like that's what it wants to do. Yeah, like actually, when I was doing I have to go back and retry them, but when I was doing the PNG tuber tests that I was doing with you, that's basically what I did, where I drew the different mouth shapes, and then I just had them on frames that were so small that you couldn't see the transition. Which was like, that was fine for that because it was only a few frames, but if you're trying to, it did seem to work well. Yeah, and it worked well for that because it was just like, it was pretty limited what I was trying to do. Like if I was going to try to do a whole model and make it seem like frame by frame animation, I've seen people do some pretty impressive stuff in Live2D, and I can tell that they are using different frames. Like they're not just deforming everything, they are using different frames, and they're just making the transitions between the frames super subtle. So it is possible. But Live2D kind of inherently wants to smooth and interpolate, so you do have to kind of fight it. I realize it might be more work, but could you have two versions of the hair twirl, one left and one right, and hide one when the head is turned, while the left is active, the right is hidden, as to do request? Yeah, that is a totally valid way to do it. I've done other things like that, where you just have two versions drawn, and then you just turn the opacity of 1 to 0. Like, you turn the opacity to 0, like, really instantaneously. Yes, that is absolutely portion. Oh, see, because I didn't, actually, yes, I didn't add a art mesh with black lines, so they were not sticking together. There we go. Now that this has an art mesh, now that the former should, yeah, they should move together. Right, it does seem like using a sort of visuals. Yeah, It's like, yeah, it technically works, but it becomes a point of like, well, what are you really trying to do at that point? It's like, why are you shopping? Why are you shopping from clothes at the soup store? Why are you trying to get frame animation at the tweening store? That's basically what it becomes at a point. Because it's like, yeah, even with tweening animation, you do have to switch between frames to get like different poses after a point. But if you're really trying to make it look like frame animation, it becomes just like, ma'am, I think you might be at the wrong location. Right. This video is almost done, so I just want to finish it, and then we'll go back to music.
This parchment paper out from under the rolls.
Honestly, I'm just trying to get a PNG with lip sync beyond just mouth open, mouth closed, which like only one feature in pre-grade uses, and it's yes. Yes.
This is the fun part of the whole recipe. I am just going to spread this
with the new VTube Studio lip syncing, I am now 100% confident that that is possible to do in VTube Studio. I just need to actually do it, which I've just been kind of busy working on commissions and stuff. But now it's a little peek of, I think that's a little peek of a head there.
Can I eat this part? I want to eat it so bad. Okay. All right, so I pulled out a corner piece, which I love because you get so many different textures. You get like just the faintest layer of crispiness around the edge, the kind of buttery.
But yeah, I have no doubt that that is possible now.
It
but
is so fun to like
I just need to actually make it.
Unravel is the word I'm looking for. It's really hard to pick a best part. I think you have to kind of eat it all together. Like, yes, you can lick the frosting off the top, but I don't know why you would make these and not put cream cheese icing on it. That's so good. It's just a fun recipe overall, one that I hope you try at home, kind of the point of this show. But we do have more to show you, I think, of more sort of equally makeable recipes that I think you'll really love. So thank you so much for watching.
Oh yeah, of course. Listen, I know I'm asking for a way out of their thing. No time expectation. Yeah, no worries. Like I said, at the time when you first asked me and I was testing it, I was like, I have to see if that's a thing that you can do. Now that they added the improved mic-based lip syncing to VTube Studio, I now have no doubt that you can do it. I just haven't actually finished doing it yet. But at this point, I'm like, oh yeah, now I know. Before, it was like, I want to see if you can do this. Now I know you can do this. I just need to actually do it. What is this? Of course, I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm a sick and twisted LIVE2D head. You give me a challenge and I say I'm intrigued. Oh, this might be a little loud now. I had turned it up because we were watching something. Now it's just music. Yeah, now it's for the most part, it's just, this is not clipped. It's not clipped. At this point, it's mostly just busy work. But absolutely, if I think of any tips and tricks, I'll bring them up. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Here's side. Now I'm just kind of squishing stuff around. Avenal cross. What? I think that's the sound that this strike makes. Okay. Only a couple more things to link to the X, and then I could start working on the head Y. And then the corner angles, my favorite. Spoilers, they are not her favorite. Deforming stuff like this bun, you have to be tricky not to make it look too 2D. It's like, yes, it is 2D, but you don't want it to look like that. Having hair in multiple parts can help with that, but I wanted this one to be pretty simple, so I just and a lot of this is like artistic intuition, or it's just like, you know, that like when you turn your head, the things in the back of the head are going to move more because they're further away. So definitely there's the angles. Good. There we go. That looks good. Oh yeah, she looking. Oh, that head looks 3D. That head looks 3D. Don't that look good? Maybe squish the eye a bit more. I feel like maybe exaggerate that just a bit. This is one of the reasons why I usually, when I rig on stream, I have the... Oh, excuse me. I have the window cropped and like zoomed in because like most people are mostly just interested in seeing the model move. So like all this stuff on the left is not as much concern, but I wanted that to be visible since it's meant to be a tutorial. Is this sticking? It's like a little bit sticky. What is that? Is that what I think it is? I think I know what it might be. We're back. Yes. This. Yes. You. Okay. PSD. Fix hair back. Select this. It's good. Go. Oh, excuse me. So back hair. Thank you for the hat. Hair back. Delete this guy. Hair back. Hair back. Ew. Tall. Oh. Simple fix. There we go. There we go. No cap. Okay, I think just next is the horns, which should be really fast. Horns. That's not how you spell horns at all. I might need to a hoagie up in the draw order. This is actually my first time rigging my new horn shape, so we'll see how it goes. Actually, they're supposed to point back. What do we like this? Yeah. Oh, that's like way too much. This way's kind of slight. No, okay. This angle looks good. This one is kind of... Yeah, this is the part of bringing... where if you are not sick in the head, it gets real old real fast. Okay, that looks good. Oh yeah. Maybe? Oh my gosh, my new horns are so much easier to rig. Oh, they look good. Okay. Alrighty, okay. Now I think, head Y? Now, for head Y, unlike the angle Z and the angle X, you want head Y to be made on the same deformer as the head X, because you do actually want them to interact with each other. Because head Z moves basically independently from head X, but head Y and... sorry, I'm stretching. Head Y and head Z, they are going to look different on the corners. So, for example, with this model, here's my Y, here's my Z, but my Y and my Z, but not my Z, my X, but my Y and my X, they actually interact with each other. So, to do that, they have to be done at the same deformer, because if the deformer, if the parameters are on the same deformer, then you can define different behavior on the corners. So I have my head X, and I'm going to add a parameter to add keyframes to, oh gosh, add keyframes to angle Y. So then now I can define the up and down motion. So I'm going to actually, I'm going to hide stuff again. Make it simpler for you all to see what I'm doing. So, look up. Where is, yeah, this side. Look up. This kind of headwise kind of part. Oh, let me explain what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Yes. Where's filter, zoom? Go here. So what I'm doing, I'm going up to modeling with the deformer selected. I'm going up to modeling, going up to the temporary deform tool, and clicking perspective. And this basically lets me excuse me. It basically lets me it lets me alter the deform the lets me edit the deformer in a more specific way, if that makes sense. Where it's like, for example, when I do this, it's moving on the symmetrical side, which if I did this not in the deform tool, it would just move this side. So, but if I go to temporary deform tool and go to perspective, it can help getting some specific shapes. This is way too flat. What am I doing? I've never rigged anything ever in my life. I don't know why I'm showing this. I will say rigging up is confusing. And I'm also okay, that looks I usually round out the chin a bit. Yeah, and with the head wide, this is when the chin mask is gonna start coming into play. It looks kind of 2D, but that's because I haven't moved the head shading yet. Okay, let's move the shading. Oops. Okay. Suddenly it looks a little bit more thoughtful. But for some reason, working with the head Y and this, like, exaggerated chippy head is kind of confusing me. So please forgive me if I'm fumbling a little bit. Oh! I don't know if you heard that. My wrist just cracked. I'm trying to do my best to remember to stretch. That was your wrist? Yeah. Damn, your wrist is loud or your mic is very sensitive. It's probably my wrist is loud because my mic doesn't pick me out when I chew gum, which I know I shouldn't be doing on stream, but I'd be doing it anyway. Okay, the down should be a little bit simpler. You're really just kind of... When you look down, you're really moving your neck more than, like, head. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Sorry, I was just like, I just kind of realized that this model does not look down very much. I have now since made models that the look down is way more exaggerated. Okay, now... Oh, I'm actually going to do both blushes at the same time. So I'm going to select both of them and move them up together. This is Pigment Song. Wonderful. I'm probably gonna redo the up, because sorry I fell asleep from scratching my face. That what let me see something. I'm referencing other models. I know that I've made 2 models before, but not 2 models that I've drawn. That's maybe Siren. He has kind of a similar head shape. Definitely recommend, if you can find some like free models, to just download them and just look at them, see how they're built. Like, you know, because I've actually made models, I have my own stuff to reference, but like, totally recommend it in general. If you can find some free models, it's really useful to just study how other people Okay. That looks really stupid. Shifting over slightly to the right so I have more support for my wrist, because I'm trying not to do my wrist dirty, but then me leaning over like that is making my model lean, so I have to adjust my camera accordingly. There we go. I have to take the cheek stuff, move that all down. Okay, okay. We're starting to get there. Yeah, this. Hmm. Around face a bit more. Whew. Okay. Alright, I think that's a little bit better. At this point, don't worry too much if your eyes kind of look like stickers on the face, because there is a trick I'm going to show you to help make the eyes look more 3D. And I'm just trying to get everything in place before I do that. That's way too wide. Okay. I think this. Okay. And brows. Eyebrows should be pretty easy. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make it look like the hair's being pulled. Okay. Where is it? Ooh. Hi, Duck. Wow. Not often I see you in here. Thank you, though. Isn't it like late where you are? But I guess this is pretty early for me tech. I'm usually still working by this time. Yes, it was my. I got affiliate this time last year. Thank you. Trying to speed work this model. It's a little late. I think. Yeah, it's like usually if it's 9 now, usually when I start streaming, it's 11 your time. Because I usually start like 6 my time, which is in 2 hours from now. I think let's do the chin mask now, because I want to show that off. Down there. Okay, I'm normally at the intro like that. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, for today I'm doing, or at least attempting to make a LIVE2D tutorial, but for right now, I have told most of my tips and I'm really just grinding through the rigging at this point, which is what, that's like 80% of rigging. There's something else I do. Oh, I'm gonna make another deformer for the ear tops to give them a little dimension. So like for this, for example. Lift it up a little bit so ears don't look like 2D pictures, even though they are. It's all about the illusion of 3D. That's all that it is. I finally gave up on LIVE2D and canceled my subscription because I never used it on 3D. Wow. You're committed. You really went through it. Well, I guess if you ever want to do LIVE2D again, you're just gonna have to commission me. Smiles, smiles, smiles if you're so big. It's like on one hand, I'm like, oh no, what? LIVE2D is so awesome. Lying to you. But the other part is like, oh, if you ever want LIVE2D, you're gonna need someone to rig something for you. Oh, I wonder who that could be. I don't know. Pointing big arrow at my head. It's like I keep having friends who they're like, oh yeah, I want to learn LIVE2D because commissioning people for rigging is expensive. Like, yeah, that's totally fair and valid, but also I'm sitting right here. You just say you got into LIVE2D because it sounds like no, literally. I literally saw someone rigging on stream and I was like, wait, that looks really boring and tedious and stupid. I have to try it immediately. And I did, and I never looked back. was just like, oh my gosh, no one told me that making VTubers was boring and dumb. I love boring and dumb stuff. Everyone only talks about the glamour of it and the making the funny little photo shoots and having the funny little debuts and everything. No one talks about the 20 hours spent mindlessly tweaking little points of articulation. What am I doing again? But paying 11 months for something I wasn't using was cute. Yeah, that is totally fair. I wish that LIVE2D had a lifetime payment, because I would buy that in a heartbeat. Or if it was like $1,000, which it probably would be, like, I would say I would do it in a heartbeat, but I would definitely save up for it. I would get it eventually. I would just maybe have to invest in it for a bit. Because I am not a fan of subscription services. Do they force you to commit to a year for a discount like Adobe CC? Because Adobe CC was brutal. They do have discounts if you subscribe for longer, but it's not as expensive as Adobe CC. But it's still subscription service, which I don't like. Plus, it lets me focus on 3D without having LIVE2D whisper sweet nothing to me. Yuck, knowing you, I feel like it's good for you to have just the one option to be like, okay, this is what you're focusing on. Because I feel like having you flip, like, even without flipping around with your design, flipping whether or not you're deciding whether or not you're gonna do 2D or 3D, that's too much choice for you. You calling me out? I always call you out, Jeff. That's what I do all the time. Does not go from 80 to 30 like Adobe. I don't know. It's not like that steep. Like there is a discount if you buy for the bigger ones, but it's not like that where it's like absolutely not worth it to try it for a few months. If you're just like, well, at that point I should just buy it for the full year. It's not like that. But LIVE2D just in general is an expensive program, I will say. Like it's just not, it's not cheap. Yeah, so monthly is around $14. For the annual is about $100, and for the 3-year is about $250-ish. So like, yeah, it does get discounted, but it's yeah, so it goes from 14 a month if you get it monthly to 8 a month if you get the annual. So that's not that bad. On the other hand, I kind of would like a steeper discount just for me, since I know I'm going to keep using it. But I understand that that's really, it's very malicious to people who just straight up don't have the money to give all at once like that. It makes them have to spend way more money. is my hairline mask. They don't offer 1 year long buyout, or you don't have to pay monthly for a whole year. They do. That's what I'm on right now. They have a monthly, 1 year, and a 3 year. So I'm currently on the whole year. I feel like the eyes are not deforming good further down. You guys will be, yeah, you did my alerts. Yeah, I've always had a like, I guess, of course you've never seen it until now, but yeah. I've always had an artist badge on my channel. Yeah, if you don't know Yuck, be sure to drop him a follow, because he's a very talented artist and 3D modeler, and he did all of my animated alerts. Okay. I think, let me do the head back the hair. This. Did you ever play Elden Ring? It's on sale right now and I'm debating. No! I don't play games that are ugly. I only play games that are cute and colorful. Speaking of which, there's they just released a demo for a Souls-like where you play as a little hermit crab at the bottom of the ocean, and I've literally, that's like the game that I'm looking forward to the most, because I like games that have challenge, but I like games that are cute too, which is why Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games, because a game that has a visual style that appeals to me but also has a high skill ceiling is rare, because most games that are difficult are appealing to big macho gamer boys, and they usually want like a realistic style. I'm like, what if everything was pink and cute, but was also brutally hard? I don't know. I don't know. Is there any market for that at all? Yeah, no, Hollow Knight is literally one of my favorite games in the world. Did you like Celeste? I did like Celeste. I like Celeste. It just... I don't know how to describe it. It was just like, it had a high skill ceiling, but I'm not super into precision platformers is the thing. I love platformers. I'm just not really into precision platformers. So it's like I played it and I had fun, but I didn't feel motivated enough to like do all the like really challenging stuff. Like I played enough just to complete the plot. I didn't do like any of the B-sides. I'm not really into platformers. I love platformers, just not precision platformers. They're just different. Look, you can spend hours dressing up your characters in Hollow Knight. I think not. Yeah, but what's the point of dressing up your characters if they all look ugly? I don't know. It's like, oh wow, look at all these different customization options and they all suck ass. Like, okay. That has no appeal to me. I am just a hater though. Prefacing, I am a hater. Like, you don't... I'm not expecting you to agree with me. I am actually just being a little hateful little insect right now. Because it's like, if I was trying not to be a hater, I would just be like, oh, you know, I'm just really picky with a game. Like a game, it's an unfortunate like flaw I have, where a game has to interest me visually, even if the gameplay looks like something that I would enjoy. I can't just get myself to play it if it does not interest me visually. And all those things are true. But it's also funnier to just say, yeah, but that game's ugly. It's like, but it's ugly and I don't want to play it because it's ugly. To be fair, I don't blame anyone who does not like Dark Souls games. And I will say, I don't know if they have them in the Souls games, but even though I like games with high skill ceilings, I don't like games that don't have accessibility settings to make it easier for someone. Which is like one of my biggest critiques of Hollow Knight. It's like, yes, I grinded it and I got good at Hollow Knight because I love that game. But I hate the fact that to play that game, they give you no option. And that does bother me. Oh, that looks awful. What about Liza P character-wise? He's a pretty boy, but the world gives Dishonored vibes and is a very colorful game. It's ugly. I need you to imagine my ideal game is like a game that looks like Kirby, but plays like the most brutal game you've ever heard. But also has accessibility settings. Okay, that's kind of vibe. That's literally my entire aesthetic, and no game dev is on the same wavelength as me, and that's why I kind of want to get back into game developing, because no one's gonna make the game that I want. So I have to make it. I want a game that looks like Animal Crossing and plays like plays like what's the word I'm looking for? Game that looks like Animal Crossing and plays like Resident Evil. I want that too, and I didn't even know before 5 seconds ago. See, there's a market. There's a market of at least 2 people. I think it'll sell. I just don't like things that are gross and ugly. Why? What is this? What is this gap here? Oh, it's literally the stripe itself. Yeah, Hollow Knight really is the closest I've ever gotten to that ideal game. And even Hollow Knight gets too dreary and creepy for me at times, even though they are cute bugs. I will say I have a lot of respect for Hollow Knight because even though the style is very monochrome, each area is super distinct. Like the visual style of each area is super distinct. Even like a game like Ori and the Blind Forest, which I also really liked, is like, even though that game has way more color, all those areas kind of blended in with each other because they're the same like high fantasy mythical vibe, and it just kind of all blended in. Well, like, I don't know how to describe with Hollow Knight. They just like, each area really stood out. And I respect that. But I'm really excited for that Souls-like where you play as a hermit crab, because that's like really close to what I'm looking for. What about music then? Do you like Everhood? Everhood is on my to play list. It looks really good. The basic premise and the visual style looks like it would appeal to me so much. I'm really bad at rhythm games though, so I'm kind of scared. But I do want to try Everhood one day. Also, this song in the Everhood OST goes hard. Where is it? Where is it? Here. There it is. Started playing, it's really good. Ooh. It's definitely on my to play list. I also say I sound like I'm like desperately looking for my dream game but I am also someone who will happily play my favorite games like over and over and over again. So like I just finished a replay of Hollow Knight, and I finished a replay of I actually didn't finish it. I'm in the middle of a replay of Pikmin 4, even though Pikmin 4 only came out a couple months ago, because I'm so obsessed with that game. This song is so good. Interesting. I find it hard to finish games even once. I just have a couple of my favorite games that I just go back and play all the time. Okay. Ugh. The amount of games I beat is rather low, all things considered. I have a lot of games that I just never even started because I'm too busy replaying games that are my favorite. Now I'm going to do the corner angles. So when you have a deformer that has two parameters associated with it, like these do. Sorry. The corner angles here. Let me zoom in. But the corners angles here, like Z30, Z up, Y up, and Y down, not Z, X, X up and Y down and X up, and etc. 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 Those can have their unique, those can have sorry, I've kind of fizzled out of tutorial mode, but those can have their unique positions and values if they're on the same parameter or the same deformer. The two parameters are associated with the same deformer. You can give them unique values. Especially retro games, it's hard to beat games back then. That's because games back then weren't designed to be beaten because they were expecting you to play them in an arcade. And they wanted you to try again because they wanted their quarter. They wanted your quarters. I'll probably count on my fingers the amount of times I've finished games. Really? Yeah. Actually, that doesn't surprise me that much because it's you. But also, wow. You are not a gamer. Not even childhood games? Sorry, I'm still thinking about it. I've watched people play hundreds of games, so I know a lot of games, but I just didn't play anything. That's crazy to me. I will say, I am like the person in our friend group of like the person who actually finishes. Gert Mission Raid, have some iced tea. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Moss. I'm struggling. Moss VT. Yes, I got it right. Oh, I was scared I mistyped it. The model's so cute. Thank you. We're working on rigging it right now. Hi, everyone. Hi. If you don't know me, I'm Katja. I'm the internet's favorite little femcel. I'm mad scientist dragon VTuber, and I spend time reanimating other VTubers. And today I'm doing a kind of LIVE2D tutorial. Sort of. At this point, I'm kind of just going through it. But also, if anyone has any models and if they're working on it and have any questions, feel free to ask. But for right now, we're just working on this model. It's a little chibi model for myself. It's still very much a work in progress. But I'm working on the head angles. And it's me in a little onesie. I'll be working school tomorrow, and it's like, yeah, for sure. And for Moss and anyone else, if you need to hop off or just lurk, if you need to go sleep or eat or stretch, or just get up away from your desk for a bit, that's all fine by me. But if you want to hang out, I'm happy to have you here. Okay. I was here. But I'm kind of going in flow mode, so feel free to ask questions, but at this point there's not that much for me to explain my process, because I explained the basic process. At this point, I'm just kind of going through the motions, because that's kind of what you have to do when you are rigging. You kind of, after a point, you're just like, okay, I get it. I just have to do this 50,000 times. I messed something up. This isn't just the knobs until it works points of the process. Exactly. This is the part that I love, but is also mind-numbingly boring. Okay. Okay, I'm about to do the corner angles now, which, one second. But yeah, this is actually pretty important, so I will work through this process. Let me zoom in. Okay, so I am taking the Y parameter. I'm going over to the option on the side here, and I'm going to select. And this selects every deformer that is associated with the Y parameter. And I'm going to do the corner angles now. So I'm going to go to angle X, and then I'm going to go angle Y, and I'm going to go to the left and down. I'm going to move everything down. This is how I do my corner angles. They're going to be tweaks, But this is a good way to get started. Just this is actually, let me see. Yeah, let me move this further down. So it's going to be tweaked, but this is the basic start. And then this part is a part that gets a little complicated for the up angles. What I do is I tilt it this way, I lift it up like this, and then I right click the center. Oh, this is way too high up. Or maybe I should move this up. Do I want to move this up? I think I'm gonna move this up. Maybe not that far. Okay. So maybe not this far up. So I tilt it like this. And then I'm going to select the up, and I'm going to hit Control-Shift-C to copy. If I click Control-Shift-C, I copy this keyframe here. And I go over to here, and then I say Control-Shift-B. And that enters the blend shapes menu, where this is a way for you to blend two keyframes to reach the middle ground of each other. So as you can see, if I have it like this, it's 100% one of the keyframes, and if I have it at 100, it's 100% the other keyframe. But if I have it somewhere in the middle, it's kind of a blend of the two. So I'm going to tilt the head slightly. So I'm going to be like at around like 30. And so now when I look up, and it's not perfectly it's not completely the side profile, but it's not completely the up either. It's somewhere in between. I actually think I'm going to blend it more. I'm going to undo and Control-Shift-Copy, Control-Shift-B. Blend some. Let's move like there. That, Control-Shift-Copy, Control-Shift-E. And you're gonna have to tweak, but this helps get you halfway there. Move it down a little bit. Okay, so now I have a... Okay, I might need to tweak some more. This is a good way to get started without having to start completely from scratch. So this, I might actually try blending the shapes here a bit too. Okay. Now this is more tweaking, but right clicking and then selecting so you select the whole head is very useful. So I'm going to be utilizing that. I do not want to be doing everything from scratch because I just did that. So now I want to use stuff that I already have, you know what I mean? It's like, not only is it faster, because it's based off of the work that I already did, it's probably going to be more consistent too, and not have like stuff flying around. So it's definitely still rough. But see, now you have some beginning of head corners. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't do write down. Okay, there we go. Still has to be tweaks. Like, my Hoagi's like flipping out like crazy. And I see a little gap of the hairline there. But overall, that worked pretty well. And I didn't have to do everything from scratch. Here's my hairline. Alrighty. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get some more water. And also just stretch my legs. But I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'll be honest, I also got up because I got weirdly paranoid that I thought I heard someone in the house. But I have the house by myself, so then I got weirdly paranoid, but there was nothing. I don't know why I got weird. Hi, Juliet! Sorry I'm late. Miss God, can we start this lesson over? No. No. So, like, I also got up to get more water, but also got up just to reassure my silly brain that if I heard something, it was probably just the birds. Because they do be jumping and shaking stuff. Oh, I forgot the horns. These horns real quick. They should be pretty quick. These I can probably just rotate. Here's side peeking a little bit. Let's go higher up. Sure, a little bit. Yep. Okay, blah blah. Almost done. And then I'll be back to tweaking. Oh, I also got a smoothie. because I was slightly hungry, but not enough for a full meal. So I just got a smoothie snack. Okay. Now I have to fix this guy. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do it from scratch. Wait, why is it over there? Okay. I did not remove the deformer when I was at default position. That's why. Push it a little bit so it doesn't look too 2D. Bro, when I tell you one time I fell asleep with my hair out, and I literally had a piece of my hair sticking straight up exactly like Maya Hoge. Like, I didn't even think that this was an accurate or like realistic character trait feature. I just did it because it was silly, but it straight up literally happened to me once. It was sticking straight up. Exactly like this. Like, why am I a cartoon character in real life? Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it was just funny because it was like, I was looking at it, I was like, huh, that's weird. And then it like, the realization dawned on me, I was like, oh my god. It's literally just like my design. I didn't even realize how real I was being. So, if you ever imagine me in real life, I hope you're imagining with this stupid little hair thing because it's really not that far off. I am now. Yeah. Fun fact, the whole reason I have that the stupid little thing, it's supposed to mimic the visual of a chicken crest. Because I love birds. It's supposed to be like that. So like, when I was deciding what I wanted to be, I was very heavily I was very heavily thinking about being a bird, but the dragon won out. But to honor its legacy, I have a stupid little crest to kind of resemble. This is Robbie's thing. Wait. Sorry, one sec. Latino Asian Tech Lab, yes. I need this for secret reasons. Definitely not collecting a playlist of songs for theme song inspiration, and it definitely is not going on there. Smiles at you. Smiles at you so big. Well, don't do that. No. There we go. Sometimes I do think about rebranding to a bird girl, but I feel like the dragon works really well with the mad scientist thing because it's a little more wild, a little more instinct driven. A little more gremlin coded. And I'm about to do some Chimera BS and mad scientist stuff with the bird dragon. I did when I was designing my full dragon farm. I was thinking so hard about being a dragon that had feathery dragons. I was thinking about that, I will admit. My persona is already a bird girl, so I feel like I'm fine with being a dragon. Actually, my persona isn't even a bird, it's a cockatrice. Which is basically like a dragon, except like a chicken instead. So the vibe is already kind of there. Okay. I think we're ready to move a little bit to the body now. So, where's my neck? There. On my mesh generator, I'll put a form around here called neck Z. Select motion. And now inside the neck Z, I'm going to do neck X, Y. No, I don't. Honestly, I don't even really need to move the neck. It actually looks good as is. Maybe move it up this way a bit. Switch it up this way. Mostly what I want to do, I want to move the neck shading. So this should be in head rotation. There we go. Now look up. Neck shade goes up. Maybe not that far up. Neck shade goes down. Neck shade goes up. Nice. Okay, now I just realized I think this is a pigment tool. I just didn't recognize it because it's not a song that I know. But it sounds like the pigment sound font. Oh, it wasn't! Never mind. So it's a Zelda song. Nice. Now, head shadow moves. I feel like the head shadow moving is one of those things that is so simple, but it really makes a huge difference in making your model look like a real thing. It's like, whoa, Your head's casting a shadow. Bro, are you like 3D or something? Are you a 3D creature? Are you some sort of creature? Oh, the up is making a tangent with the hairline, and I hate that, so something like that. Guys, what would you do if you were some sort of creature? If I was some sort of creature, I'm pretty sure I would preach. Bite something, yeah. I really wish I could bite people and things without consequence. For real. Yay! Okay, finally gonna make the belly and the stuff stick to the body. Real easy. We're starting to move down to body angles a bit now. But we're gonna go back to the face pretty soon because I want to do the eyes. One thing that is very fortunate about my design is that I have asymmetrical eyes, so I can't copy and paste the eye and flip it over to the other side. I really do actually have to do each eye individually. Okay, once I do this part, torso Z. Okay, belly's moving kind of a lot, so I might want to tone that down. Yeah. I'm gonna up the articulations on this 13 by 13. Okay. Now I'm going to put everything down here into one big deformer. Both the legs and the hips. You can do the hips and the legs separately, but I've found I've been able to do it in one deformer, and I would say lower body easy. I would say if you can do everything in one deformer, you should, because when you start splitting stuff up in different deformers, that's when it's more likely for stuff to start like separating from each other when you start combining movements. Put the leg down just a little bit. I mean, since the legs are so stubby, not much of a movement to be had. Oh, a little squish. And the heel lift just a bit. See, isn't that cute? Oh, this is actually coming out really good. Okay, for a second I was doubting there. I now feel pretty confident that I can finish this between today and tomorrow. I gotta, my smoothie gave me a second wind. Okay, we're gonna do the eye now. And the eye we're going to do directly on the art mesh. We're not gonna make it a deformer. One tool that is really useful for doing things like with the eye is, let me zoom, do up here. This tool with this line with the circle through it. This is really useful because what this does, it basically lets you define a deformed path for like a curve. So if you just click here, and click here, you can kind of make, like if you've ever used a Bezier tool, like a Bezier curve in an art program, it kind of behaves something like that. I'm gonna try with 3 points of articulation. I might increase the points of articulation to be in between here and here, but I'm gonna start with 3. And now you go back to the select the arrow tool, which is the main tool. And let's go to face params. This is IL open. Since this is just open and close, I'm going to put just 2 keyforms. So I'm going to press this one. Before I was doing 3 keyforms, but now I'm going to do 2 keyforms. Go down to 0. Move the eye down. And see, now it moves smoothly along this curve that is defined by these articulation points. So I'm going to make kind of a happy eye. I'm going to select eyelid, top eye line, all together. Add it to the parameter. Oh, I'm going to add the eyeliner too. And squanch it down like this. So yeah, you can move multiple pieces together, which can be really useful, especially if logically, like, those pieces would be moving together. You know what I mean? I have to move the eye shadow. I didn't complete the line. This. It's like it makes sense for the eyeliner and the top eyelid to all move together. So typically works real well for those objects to move together. And now I'm basically just essentially just going down the line at this point and just morphing everything to have a down. Shine. Oh, okay, now we're going to do eye sides. Show you why we did them separately. Just kind of squishing them in there. Actually, that. Oh, so let me do that. Let me actually try that. Okay, yeah, that looks good. I always forget that this song is from Zelda and is not a Mario Party song. This is such a Mario Party song in my head. Now we're gonna do the same thing for this guy. There's a little gap eyeline right here. Okay. Right there. Let's see, did that morph well? No, I'm gonna have to do that. So it's like I want to push it behind it, but I also want the intermediate points to look good because you will see those when the eye is squinting. Definitely don't want to ignore the intermediate. This is boring. Okay, let's take the bottom eye line. This one I'm also going to put a deformed path on. Oh, I don't have to stay zoomed in for this. This is just the process. Launch it up there. But again, this also has to be smooth. Because you will see the intermediate parts. So that's one of the things that the what's it called? The deformed path tool helps. It helps you move stuff like this and keep it smooth. Because it's like, yeah, like I could squish this line up into the eye with the brush. Like I could easily do that. I could do like this. And yeah, the closed eye looks perfect. But if you try to look at it in between, that actually didn't look too bad, but it can be much worse. Once again, I'm too good at LIVE2D to demonstrate my own example, but you get what I mean. Like I might actually take that up there. So this is kind of oh yeah, if you're in the middle of a parameter and you try to edit it, it'll go to the closest keyframe. Because it does not let you edit on anything other than the keyframes. So that's why when you see this, it like slides up. That's what happens. Okay, that looks good. Now for the eyelashes, since I am editing the art meshes directly and they're so small and separated from each other, they actually form their kind of own distinct art meshes. So that's why I was saying that you really technically should draw them, you really technically should have them on separate layers, but I usually just have them on one because they kind of end up making their own distinct art meshes anyway, and since I'm editing the art mesh, I can just select and move them. I have to make sure. Yeah, for this part I might actually hide this part because I need to make sure that it's actually touching the bottom eyeline so that it stayed touching the whole time it's during the open and closing process. Okay. These look pretty good. This one is struggling. So this one I put more like this. Oops, this one. Okay, almost done. Now I just need the eye white. This is another one that it's easy to get it in the eye, but you need it to actually be neat under there because you will see it in the intermediary. I did not pronounce that right, but the in-between frames need to work. See, like how it's way higher. So what am I gonna do? Take this. This really needs to be touching. This really needs to be touching the bottom eyeline. Carefully. Carefully. The further you are, the less strongly it pushes. So that can be useful to like smooth things out. You start further away. Because if you're like here, it like it moves really strongly, but if you come from the edge, it kind of just nudges it. That can be really useful when you're trying to maintain the curvature of an object. Now it's peeking out a little bit, just a bit. This is a part that very frequently needs in between frames, but I always try to get it without if I can. Just nudging the places where I see it peeking out. Okay. This I think I'm also going to make a deform path for. This part is kind of weird. So pretty good. It's a little bit scrumpy here. And yes, scrungle is the formal term for it. When the art mesh gets all angular and messed up, that is scrungly. Okay. Now, normally, I could copy this eye and move it over to the other side, but since I have asymmetrical eyes, I do in fact have to do it over again. But it looks good. Now I have to try to get this away. Actually, the only things that need to stay unique are the eye white and the iris. I actually maybe could, I might could, hee. What if I simply just, smiles at you? What if I just, I've been looking, but I need to head off. Good luck with your models, looking great so far. Thank you, Yuck, and I appreciate you hopping on in. It was nice to see you. If I can pull this off, I may potentially be the biggest brained VTuber ever to exist. Maybe? Potentially? I don't know if they've done studies on it or something, but yeah, hopefully I can catch my stream. The problem is that I just stream way too late your time. Because this is very early for me. I mean, like, now it's starting to get around when I would maybe start streaming. Oh, I missed this part. I hate time zones. I hate time zones. think we should get rid of time zones. If the sun is down where you are, no it isn't. It just simply is not. My brain is huge, by the way. My brain is huge, fat, wrinkly, and throbbing by Zile. This is late for me still being on the internet as well, past 1:15. Yeah, I know! It's just unfortunate time zone happenings. The only reason Messerer was a regular in my streams for a while is because he had a really messed up sleep schedule and was up at like 3 a.m. I would not wish that on him. Nice. I was taking a chug of my smoothie. Oh! I have to put them back into the former. Lol. But that is a quick and easy fix. There. Is this face smizing or is it mischievous? I want you all to tell me. I can't tell. Do I just look like I'm squinting because I'm happy? Or do I look like I'm squinting because I'm up to no good? Huh? Oh! Yeah, there we go. Now the now the ears for me. Alrighty. Made a lot of good progress. I'm going to take a victory piss. Big stretch. Like, you have to imagine me stretching like a cat. Because that's what I'm doing, essentially. Alrighty, be back in a sec. Why is Ashley tossing things at my dead corpse? Can you all answer this, please? Ow. It wasn't an invitation. I hope that was really loud and sounded terrible for you. Okay, now let me do a little on gravity. Armies of gravity is not just floating. Let me, if I go to this menu here and I go to settings for eye blinking and lip sync, and I select IL open and IR open for eye blinking. Now when I go to the physics menu, the model blinks. So I don't even have to set it. I can just see how it blinks naturally. Okay. Now let's, I think we're ready to start Body X, which is mostly more of the same. I got the head. So head is looking good. And I got the body Z. And that means body what? So I think I'll finish the head and body ankles, and I think tomorrow I'm gonna start fresh with physics, because that I know is something that a lot of people are going to be really interested in, and I want to have the energy to explain it properly, and I want, most people are going to be there near the beginning of the stream, most likely. So always be 7 hours already. Yep. This has been, I took off of work today for this to be my job. But I was already fully expecting to go very long today. That's why I started at 11 a.m. So yeah, so tomorrow should be physics, toggles, mouth breaking, and then I should be done. And I feel like I can get that all done tomorrow. Hi, Dilly! Thank you so much for the tasty shapes. Appreciate it. Alright. Same time? Yes. Same silly time, same silly place. I'll give you an update on Twitter. I might start a tiny bit later, but it's most likely going to be during the day. It's like I work when I could be doing my own live feed. Oh, I literally took off work to do this. So I understand. I sympathize. Yes. For the beginning of the stream, I explained more things on how to get set up, but right now it's mostly just the process. You know what I mean? I have a few tips here and there, but the majority of this stream has just been the process. Bitch, I didn't get much sleep, so I might take that too. That is totally fine and very. You've been here since like the beginning, so that's kind of crazy. So absolutely, sleep. I thankfully slept well. That's why I've been going for 7 hours. I would not have been going for 7 hours if I didn't sleep well. Oh, I didn't read a... I love the little smug look. Very, very cold and Jay. I want to see how it's done. I'm glad that this was informative. I was very worried that I wasn't going to be able to explain things well. But based on the fact that I got some good questions, I think that I did. Because from my experience, when people don't understand, they just don't ask. They just don't even bother to ask questions. The fact that you ask questions is a good sign that you're actually absorbing information. I might be small, but I will chew your kneecaps off. I'm not planning on getting real extreme movement for the body. Of course, at least want some. Well, if I ever actually rig a model, sure. That makes me happy. I'm glad. That really makes me happy that this was encouraging for people. No matter how small, you can always be a toxic little shit. Doesn't matter how smaller you are, you can still invite people. I'm a person of two minds who also is like, I want other people to get into LIVE2D so we can discuss ideas and I can help people and people will be able to understand my stupid rigging memes. But I'm also like, why do you have to learn LIVE2D? Why don't you just commission me to do it? Smiles at you so big. Like, no, don't worry, shh. Nah, LIVE2D is so complicated and scary. You want me to rig it for you so bad. You don't want to do it. You want me to rig it so bad. just like, give me $200 right now. I'll set you. Now I can understand the memes. And there will be more. Speaking of which, no one liked my meme. Or not no one, but very few people liked my meme on Twitter, and it made me sad. So I'm going to link it to you all, and I want you all to like it and tell me how funny I am. Because it was really funny. And it made me sad and hurt my feelings and made me cry myself to sleep that no one liked my funny meme. No, this is a different meme. I have... Where's the other one? I have the other one too. Heard it's easy but time consuming. Yeah. I think when people see it, they get really intimidated. But it's not so much like having the brain power to do it. It's more just having the patience. Because it's just a lot of tweaking. But it's a great thing to just work on while you're like watching something. Oh no, I have multiple LIVE2D memes because I'm so funny. There's another one. Funny. This one actually did get a lot of likes though, so I don't feel bad about it. Where is it? This other one might actually be like my most liked post because I don't get that many likes. But this one actually got spread about a bit, got over like 100 likes. It was really funny because I'm funny. I find it. Scrolling through my feed is giving me a headache. There it is. Oh, this one got 200 likes. Damn. This link don't work. I love Twitter. Super awesome. Such a good website. Does this one work? Who knows? Literally copied directly from the website. It's like, actually, I'm not going to work. See it? Okay. Because when I clicked the link, I was able to see it, but it's from my account, so like, maybe it just... I thought maybe it just had weird... Oops. Had like a weird permission bypass or something like that. Okay, so now the body's moving, and now I need to connect this area, because that's the neck area is the tricky part, because that's what joins the body and the head together. The first one worked, but then Twitter died on me, so the rest of it. Ah, so it was Twitter's fault, as it always is. So first I'm going to rig the, because this, I should be able to just give, actually we'll see. Actually, you know what? Yeah. So, hood, chest, the hood, the hood front, the chest, and the head rotation, I'm gonna put on a rotation deformer. And basically what I'm gonna do with this is that I'm gonna make it so that when I'm gonna connect the head angles to the body angles. So I'm going to put this on the body parameters so that the head moves along. Oh, why is neck not there? Neck should be there as well. There we go. Now, when the body moves, this part moves. But it's not going to actually turn because that's in the head angles. So it's not going to turn, it's just going to move along the body. And then when you put it together, it will stay attached. The hood needs to have its ankles put on though, so I'm going to do that now. But I'm going to put that on the head parameters. The hoods always kind of trip me up a bit, because actually, since this one is so low, I think I'll put it on the body. The hood trips me up because I'm never sure whether or not to associate with the head or the body. But since this one is low, I think I'll put it with the body. Ever so slightly. Okay. I'm gonna have to move the hood back, so. Yeah, but now they move together. Oh, she is so cute. Okay. I am seeing the waist pop out a little bit. I will have to address that. That's a very common problem area. Ever so slightly adjust. I think only 7 hours when she was platinum image. Yeah, only 7 hours. Like that is an entire workday. Oh, one more thing. I want the eyes look pretty good. Actually, sometimes when I rig the eyes, they actually just kind of look like stickers on the head. These ones actually look pretty good, but I am going to do something that's going to give them a bit more dimension. So I'm going to put the iris in its own deformer. The deformer is in the eye deformer, but I'm going to have it be a part of its own child deformer. Don't need this mean so like a 3 to 3. And basically I'm going to associate it with the angle X, and when it turns, I'm going to move the pupil in. It's going to give a cool 3D eye look. See how it's going to make the eye look 3D. I'm going to do the same thing. Bye. Anime VTubers love this shit. I also like it, but they will go crazy over it. When they see 3D eyes, they're like, "Oh, it's 3D eyes! Oh!" And then they'll post like 15 Twitter posts of a close-up of the eye, so you can see how 3D it looks. But then it's like, no one is ever going to look that closely at your eyes. I'm sorry. It is really cool when you see it in a Twitter post all close up, but like, I'm sorry, no one is looking that closely at your eyes. See those eye close-ups? Oh yeah, VTubers love posting close-ups with their eyes. It's like, look at all this I did for the eyes. That's when you scale up your model. You're really interested to see their eyes. See, that's what I would do if I was smart. I do my eyes differently now, because even now these are pretty simple. I usually give my eyes way more physics now. Like, where is that bitch? Alola. Where's Alola? Alola. Alola. Oh, she's right here. Her name literally starts with A. She's at the very beginning. Look at my eyes. Don't look at those. Look at my eyes. Do you like my jiggle? Do you like my bounce bounce? Well, guess what? You're never gonna see them. Because no one's ever looking that closely at someone's eyes. But they look cute, don't they? I'm gonna make 50 gifs of them and post them on Twitter. Hi, it's me again. So yeah, I'm gonna add some physics to this one, but not as much as I did to Alola. But Alula's a magical girl, so I feel like she deserved the big shine. You know what I mean? It's like, if there's anyone to go over the top with, it's a magical girl design. You know what I mean? Only time I do her defender edge can maintain eye contact if it's anime. For real. Maybe that's why I don't. Maybe that's why I'm never looking at VTuber's eyes. Because I'd be allergic to eye contact even through the screen. Okay. Let's do the hood back. And then we'll do body Y. Body Y is more interesting than body X. Because you can't go that far with body X, because then you start just kind of sliding across the floor. Every time I try to push the body X, I kind of just end up making the model just kind of slide. See, even this one is kind of sliding around a bit, but it's fine. This is an Animal Crossing song? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. It's all fun and games till the VTuber stares into your soul. I would never do that. Ah! Marcus, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, raiders. Hi. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Please tell me I spelled that right. Please, I hope that was correct. I think it was. Hi! Hi everyone. Hi raiders. My name is Katja. If you don't know who I am a mad scientist dragon VTuber. I spend most of my time reanimating other VTubers, and today I'm doing, I mean, at this point it's pretty low key, but I'm doing essentially a LIVE2D tutorial. Still fully open for questions, but right now we're just kind of going through it. How's the tutorial going? It's going good. At this point, I've kind of explained the basic process, and it's really just kind of going through the motions at this point. Because after a point, it's just like, okay, that's the basic workflow. Now do that 50 more times, and I'm working through the 50 more times. But it's going good. Having a lot of fun. The model's coming out good. So I'm on track. I was also planning to I was fully anticipating it was going to take tomorrow as well, and I'm on track for finishing this tomorrow. So I have, oh, let me put the head back on. So I have that. I have the head done, and body X is done, and body Z is done. I'm working on just adding the accessories like the hood and the tail. And then tomorrow, and then I have to do body Y. And then tomorrow I'm going to start fresh with physics, because that's going to be something that a lot of people are going to be really excited for. And toggles and mouth rigging, which is another big topic that's going to take a good while. Looks amazing. For thank you so much. I hope you guys had fun on your stream, and as always, if you are tired and you need to hop off to sleep or get something to eat, or just get away from your desk for a bit, by all means do so. But you want to hang out with me, I'm happy to have you. It's a pretty chill. At this point, there was more chatting at the beginning, but right now it's pretty chill because I'm just kind of going through it because this is what LIVE2D rigging is. It's a lot of just putting the pieces together. It's like a little paper doll. But I wasn't part of the raid, but I'm also a lead teacher. Yes, you are. Why are you asking that? You've literally been here the entire time. If there's anyone who has the right to hop off, it's you. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging out with me, J-Horror. Acting as if you haven't literally been here the entire time. Yeah, I've been going for almost 7.5 hours now. Just give you an idea of how long VTubers take. And this is a chibi. This one's going very fast, which is why I did this one on stream. I didn't want to do like a big detailed one, because I wanted to do the whole thing on stream, and the only way I was going to accomplish that is if I did a simple model. But it still covers the basic workflow. I do have to step out now, but I'm here for the stream. Yeah, thank you, and thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community over. Full TV visuals expecting a sassy response. I feel like I was a little sassy of the fact that you literally have been here the entire time. Why are you asking for permission when you have the right out of... You have the most right out of any of us. It's a chibi and experienced British, so imagine how much longer the average time. Yep. Yeah, I remember my first chibi. I'll actually have it open. This is the first model I ever rigged. I literally... Do I not have my... Where's my chibi file? Word? But either way, oh, here it is. Oh, it literally says this model was created in the free version. This... I distinctly remember I like opened the file and closed it closed it and didn't save like 4 or 5 times before I actually stuck with it, because I kept trying it and then like scrungling up the model up so bad, I was like, I just need to start fresh. And that happened like several times. So, yep, this is my first model. First model ever. Pretty crazy, huh? And of course, this one isn't done yet, but look at the difference. Look how much more 3D the head looks. Isn't that pretty cool? I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty epic. And poppers, and slay, and bass, and all those funny buzzwords. And all of them. All buzzwords. None of the parameters is like, oh. All the buzzwords. Every single one of them. Even the bad ones. Okay. And I will say, I would have, actually, let me see, milestone statistics. Number first. Okay, so I would need to cut back a couple of pieces. But so far, nothing that I've done in this model is something that I couldn't have done in the free mode. The only thing is that the free mode only lets you have 100 layers, and this one has 112. So I would have to cut back some things. Like, I don't know. I can imagine some things I could merge. Like maybe combine the ears. I wouldn't have to do the weird thing with the back of the hair, because that's like 4 parts just for the back of the hair. I could get rid of the toggles, because I do have a sitting and hood up toggle. I could get rid of those. So there's a lot of places that it's the layers and the parameters. Those are the big things that it limits. It only allows 100 layers and like 50 parameters, which for the basic rigging of the model is enough, but for physics, because physics, you have to create a parameter for each movement for physics. It pretty much does not leave you any room for physics, and that's the big thing. Or maybe it's 30. So yeah, see, these are the physics that I could have. I have ear up and down. I have the tail swing. The zipper swings. This bounces. This swings. This bounces. And my foot bounces. And that is all I could make with the limitations of the frame. So I couldn't make the tie swing, or like the hoodie string swing. I couldn't make those swing. I couldn't make the hoodie swing. I could only make it bounce. I couldn't make the ahoge swing. I could only make it bounce. No, stuff like that. I couldn't make the eyes do anything fancy or bounce. Oof. Not just the rigging for this, but the art is looking kind of rough. Look at the glow up. Wow. Wow. There we go. I'm just very proud of how I got the 3D the back head look. Like, oh, you know she got hot air in there. You know she is packing nothing but pudding. Okay. I do want to put some extra. I'm trying to remember if the free version limits the deformers. It might. Now that I think about it. I don't remember. This was so long ago. Imagine having a free version of LIVE2D. Couldn't be me ever again. So if you make a free version rig, but then you pay for full, can you just load up an updated version and work on it? Also, you took a free full version model, can you not open the free version? So you can rig a model in the free version and then pay for the full version, or do the free trial and then do the finishing touches, and then export it. You can do that. With the free version, you can open up a model made in the full version, but you cannot save it and you can't export it. See. It says this file was created in the free version. For commercial use, files created in the free version is limited to individuals, enterprises of sales list. So yeah. So basically you can go as far as you can in the free version, get the paid version or the free trial, add the extra stuff, then export it. You can do that. And if you have the free version, you can open up the models. So you can open up models from people have sold reference models that you can open up and look at. You can open those, but you can't save them. But then if your trial sub ends, you can't update the monitor. That is correct. You can open it, but you cannot add any more because it will now be above the limitations of the free version. So if you have a model that has more than 100 layers and more than like 30 parameters, the free version will let you open it, but it won't let you save it. Oh, why is this? Okay. No, I'm gonna do. Why? I think so. Oh, there's some more to do. Hypothetically, if you open a rig with 120 layers, but then it delete 20, can you suddenly export it? I'm not 100% sure, because when I made my first model, I deleted, or I made a version without the extra layers in Clip Studio and then imported that. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it probably would. It probably would. If you import it, it will give you a warning that you can't save it, and if you delete those layers, it most likely will let you save it. If I had to wager a guess. Where's my water? Water. Awesome. I love water so much. I was gonna do the hood ears. Where are my hood ears? Where are you? All the way up. Oh. That makes Okay, that's good to know. If someone ever updates a model with extra layers and stuff, Good idea to save the old version just in case you don't lose the whole model in the future if you're going to go back. Yeah, that's what I did. So for this model, there were some files that I had to delete to get it under 100, but I still have that version because I thought I was going to re-rig it later if I decided I wanted to get the big version. And I remember I actually started it. I don't know if I have it. I might have actually deleted it, but I was actually starting a re-rig of this model. But by the time I felt confident enough to re-rig it, I was like, I don't really like the art anymore. So I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. And now I'm going to have a new chip. That's pretty exciting. I haven't had... Making sure I don't say anything incorrect. Yeah, I haven't had a chippy since that one. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm bad at remembering to mute when I cough or make unsavory noises. Yeah, these probably are still not really going to be very visible until I add the physics, because they're going to swing and they're going to flip out. There we go. Okay, now let's do body white. Body white can be a tiny bit tricky. Well, it depends on how you rig it, honestly, because this is behaving weirdly because of my little chibi bean body. Because I like to have the up and down be kind of like you're leaning forward and back. At least in my current rigs. Not so much in this one, but in my more recent rigs, I don't want to, like, you're like leaning forward. I'll see how much I'm able to capture that with this bean body. It might not be able to get that much definition, but that's fine. This is a chip. This song is so nostalgic for me because I just remember playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on the DS, late night summers at the island, catching hella beetles, making so much money. It was absurd. It was borderline illegal. I was destroying the ecosystem, quite frankly, but I was making so much money. Yeah, there's not that much I can do with these little beans, but I think it helps that they're not kept completely stitched. Just belly up a little bit. Yeah, like that. Ooh. Never played New Leaf. I owned the Wii one as kids. City Life was really fun too. I did get New Life for my Switch, but it's been ages since I touched this. Yeah, I really think I actually just went too hard in that game and sucked all of the fun out of it and that's a pretty common story for a lot of people because it came out like right at the beginning of the lockdown. So it's like, oh, so I'm like not doing anything or seeing anyone, but I can play New Horizons to give me a semblance of a social life. And I just went too hard and I was like, I can no longer derive joy from this game. It's too much at this point. It reminds me too much of the time that I was not seeing anyone or going anywhere or doing anything. Like I said, I feel like it's a pretty common story for a lot of people. Did you sell fruits or villagers IRL? No, I was not insane. I was like a normal person. I never got Raymond, but I never particularly cared about Raymond, so. I did get, what's his name? The sporty sheep who always looks like he's crying. I got him, and he was very fun. I think it was really funny that they made a sporty character who looks like he's always on the verge of tears. I think that was nice. I forgot how wee my room was. My room was all pink. To the surprise of no one. I had some nicer rooms. I did have a lab room though. I did in fact have a room to the side that was my lab. Okay, main room. D&D Space Naruto class and rid of these. You are a weeb. Just accept it, J-Bar, you are a weeb. Yeah, my main room was pink, my upper room was like an office, my downstairs was like I said that that was like my mom's room. It was basically a in-law suite, and it was kind of island themed-ish. And my back room was a bathroom, and my side rooms were a kitchen and a laboratory. Legit, my friend called me fucking weed when he visited. I was like, how dare? He was right though. Can you get mad when he's right? Let's still have her. Yeah, I had a lab, because even back then. This is like my love of creepy, dubiously ethical science. It's not a new. It's why I picked the thing. Oh, excuse me. I just realized this has a hood on it, doesn't it? Yeah, I need to get rid of it. It's even worse that I wore a Naruto jacket and hat. I even made the village theme song and flag based on the anime. You are a nerd. You're a nerd. My theme song was based on the most random thing. I wish I could play it because I would want to see if anyone could guess what it was. Because it was a pretty faithful recreation. It just made very little sense why that was why that I made that my tongue. Being a nerd is good. Not being ashamed of the things that you like is fun. I think I wanna never got a second room. That's just how low. Dang. And that game made it so easy to make money. So yeah. It must have really not stuck with you. Which is fine. I mean, it can be a little frustrating because you spent money on that game. But sometimes game just isn't for you. Or just not for you at the time. Oh, the up is like barely enough. I can push that somewhere. Stretch that bitch more. I just got kind of distracted. I got a Switch so I could play Breath of the Wild. Barely touched it. I don't know. I think being able to game on my PC has spoiled me on consoles. I can get that. I just unfortunately this is my very toxic trait. I'm a Nintendo shell, and because Nintendo insists on having their games be exclusive to their consoles, I want to play the game, so I have to play on the consoles. Wish I didn't like Nintendo games so much because Nintendo is a corporation, fucking scumbags, but well, this is too much. No, it's not too much. Well, it's a little much. I do have the like of the game. It's hard to multitask when I got used to Switch. I want to listen to music and watch stuff. Oh, see, that's the thing, is that I do have a double monitor life, so if I want to do that, I could just plug out one of my monitors, plug in my Switch, and have my computer still next to me so I could like watch a video or something. Okay. No, never mind. Sorry. I lied. I was gonna do something and then I realized I'm not ready yet. I need a couple parts left that I still need to rig. But once I have the whole body XY rigged, I can show a neat trick. It can save you a good bit of time. Then I need these guys. Being Nintendo shell ain't back could be worse to Xbox shell. Yeah, I mean, at least Nintendo makes fun games. I'm not even gonna say they make good games. They make fun games. They make games that are fun to play. Okay. True fun, but sometimes broken. Oh yeah, and rushed and incomplete at release and all sorts of really fun. It's like, I am unfortunately a Nintendo shell, but I will never be a Nintendo apologist. Like, will I say, am I playing this game and am I having fun? Oh, absolutely. But I'm never going to be above criticizing the games because there's a lot to criticize. I will say my standards of games are not very good. Very often I'm like, if I'm having fun, that's good enough for me. Like, I'm not saying I'm not going to be aware of the criticisms, but I'm not going to defend it. Okay, now I think I'm good. Yes. So, now that I have the body X, I have the body Y, And the body X, done. I'm going to go select the 3 lines, you know, in the same menu where the reflect motion and the lock default form is. Then I'm going to select synthesize corners. And synthesize corners, it basically combines what you did for the X and the Y. The reason why I didn't do this for the face is because when you do it for the face, it doesn't work out very well. But for the body, usually it actually works pretty well. So now I have the body Z, and now you can see I have body XY, body Z, and now they're combined. Yeah, and I might want to tweak them a bit, but as you can see, nothing's like sticking out of place. Like, I'll actually show you, since I have it here. So this is what my hand-rigged handles look like, right? This is what, wait. One sec. I have so many. Yep. Chin. There we go. So, if I synthesize corners of this face, yes, I'm still listening. This is what the head angles will look like to synthesize. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's trying something. It's definitely trying to do a thing. But yeah, this is why I don't do synthesized corners on... I don't do synthesized corners on the face. I'm literally going pathetic. Oh, yeah. Typically I do not do the head angles. I mean, you can always try. You can easily undo it, so you can always try, and if it works, it works. But in my experience... Yeah, let's actually see what this one looks like with synthesized corners. Since it's a chibi, it might not be as bad. The way it just shrunk up like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that is why I don't do synthesized corners for the face. Come on, undo. There we go. That would be a great topic. That would be really funny. I really want to make a Scuff on Purpose model one day. For like all those little funky things that come up when you're rigging a model. You do it on purpose. I really do want one day. If someone spams store redeem too much to switch to Scuff broken models, that would be really funny. It's just like, what did you do to me? You killed me! Unfortunately, that would not. Of the people that I can think of who throw things at me at the most, that would not work. Ow. 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 Why do you hate me? Why do you want me to die? Oh, the inside of my head sounds like this song. Okay. I think I'm almost done for the day. Oh, let me. Where's my hips? Okay. One more thing I want to add is I want to add looking. So I have the iris and the action in one deformer. I'm gonna add it to eyeball X. Move it. And then eyeball Y on the same deformer. Synthesize corners. Corners might be a little extreme, so I might have to adjust them. Some of them. Yep. And now to do the same for the other eye. Sorry, I'm looking over my phone. Yep, now you can look. Nice and easy. Okay, now I want to do the brows. The brows I will usually do directly on the airbrush, but it depends. I've done it on deformers before too. But very often, I do it directly on the airbrush. When you will open a model directly in a Live2D for the first time, very often they have like a bunch of pre-defined parameters for the brows. They'll have like brow X, brow Y, brow form, brow angle. I'm gonna tell you a secret. VTube Studio only tracks brow Y. So unless you're actually trying to animate different expressions, you don't really have to. YouTube Studio only tracks whether or not your eyebrows are raised or lowered. So like any other nuance is not really needed. So I usually delete all of them except for brow Y. Like you could possibly use them for like expression toggles. Because like, for example, I will usually make a sad brow parameter. Sometimes I'll just draw a separate sad eyebrow, but sometimes I'll have a sad eyebrow parameter. And that technically is what I'm pretty sure brow form is supposed to be, but it's like, it's not very descriptive to me, so I usually just delete it and make myself a sad brow parameter. So you could just keep it and add it for stuff for toggles, or you could just delete it. I typically delete it, but it is up to you. I'm your teacher, not your mom. You know what I mean? I can only tell you what I know. Ultimately, I'm just showing you my workflow, but there's a million workflows under the sun. Like the fact that I save physics, pretty much all physics to the end is not super common, at least from what I see. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Actually, no, it depends. People have different workflows. Some people do all angle X for like everything, and they do all the face, they do the mouth and the eyes before they do anything with the body. It really just kind of depends. I'm gonna rework these because they got a little scripty. Or at least the left one did. Yeah, this one's. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a path for them. Yeah. For me, since I by default have kind of down mischievous eyebrows, usually for me, my down eyebrow is an angry eyebrow. But there's a lot of people, including people that I've rigged models for, where their down is a sad eyebrow. It just kind of depends on what makes the most sense for the model's expression. You can always make whichever one you choose not to, you can always make it a toggle, but you want whatever is the most natural looking for the character's expression to be the default. Because that's the one that people are actually going to see when the person moves their face. Oh, I just... What's your mayor's message? Comic beach? Kind of. It's just like the way I see it is that like if this character is upset, do you expect them to get mad or do you expect them to get sad? And that's usually how I pick the default. Is based on that guess. Oh. Oh. Yeah, got a lot of progress done. I'm gonna do the physics tomorrow, do the mouth rigging, and the toggles. But I am pretty freaking drained. I have been rigging for 8 hours. So, I'm gonna be here most likely 11 EST, which is what the same time I start today. Tomorrow, I might start a bit later. I recommend following me on Twitter because that would be most likely the place I would update you on my plans. But I'm currently planning to start same time. Kind of depends on how tired I am. But I am tired right now. But I got a lot of good progress done today. And totally suggest people come tomorrow bright, fresh, and early with all their questions. Oof. As I said, if you're actively working on a project or you got stuck on a project and you want some advice, that's perfectly fine with me. Feel free to get as specific as you want. You don't have to ask a general question. You can just ask like, hey, I am struggling with this thing with my model. Can you give me some tips? I'm going to look for some to raid. Oh. Oh. How long she? Is her photo? Okay, yeah, she's gonna be going for about an hour. So we're gonna rate Jules. I mod for her, and she's cool. So it's her birthday tomorrow. So she's hosting a donathon. So oh gosh, so you should totally, definitely, absolutely give her your money. Give her your money. But I will see y'all tomorrow. Same Fimsol time, same Fimsol place. I don't know what that means. And we're gonna work on physics, and physics are gonna be fun because I think that's a big thing that makes people really excited. Makes the model all bouncy and fun. So we're gonna get to that. That's gonna be exciting. And the mouth rigging, which is another thing that a lot of people struggle with. So that's gonna be awesome. And everyone should come nice and refreshed. And I will see y'all some other. I don't have a rate message because I can't think of any. If you have my spin emote, spam that in chat. And promise to bring a red apple. I don't really like apples. Can you bring a banana instead? But I will see